Hello everyone and welcome back to ISS. We're here with the final day. I'm here with Brando and there's a giveaway in chat. A lot of things are happening all at once right now. But Brando, how are you feeling heading into this matchup?
I feel pretty good. We are starting off with an Oni's match, so going to be a very more defensive one, but extra special start and Spark of Agility coming up. It's going to be interesting to see who's going to be relying on those special abilities and who's going to be trying to spark scale and especially get that speed, build up that speed that is just so powerful on Oni's Village.
Yeah, and we're heading right into the game here. Oni Village, not a map we see too often in the current day and age. People tired of the long games, but the Momono enjoyers, they think they have the best chance on this map, it appears. So we'll see if that is indeed the case. We'll see if they can do it here.
Yep, and it looks like Moon Warlord's going for the double spark with Weston picking up the extra special, and kind of the inverse with Kirikin, the only one on Momono Enjoyers taking the spark. So this first set, very much going to be about teamwork and passing it around, but as it goes on, I think scaling is going to be a major factor going into the later sets here.
Yeah, Izu and Kirikin piloting the Rasmus and the Estelle, a signature Oni Village composition, but they're going to need to score on Weston, who is one of the scariest, if not the scariest goalie in ISS. The Moon Warlords, they were first in the pools, and that is no mistake because this is the most complete team. They also have a million people on their roster, so you don't know who's going to be playing later on. But they look very, very solid, and they're the ones who take the first two barriers here.
Yeah, and you did mention the Estelle, kind of a classic pick on Oni, very good at like covering the clears and kind of calling goalies out on their on those clears. But we do have Limpy picking up the Juno, which is feels pretty good going into this hill. Just drop the Blobos and kind of deny a lot of those catches, and a beautiful flip in the corner sends it across, and Nikki able to catch the point.
Yeah, very, very well done there. And we're seeing the power of the core speed as well, right? And almost catching the KO as well. Limby doing it all right now. But look at Weston and Nikki. They're so comfortable together. They're back passing. Their offense is seamless. On the other hand, Kirikin and Blank not as composed on the defense, right? There's a little bit of panic. The individual plays are fantastic. This is a team that's in the winner's final after all. But it's a lot more individual than team play.
Yeah, and really just that teamwork coming in into play for Moon Warlords allows them to keep the core on the side of Momono Enjoyers for so much longer that Izuna just kind of has to come back, and Kirikin really can't like just be a threat at the midfield as much as Estelle really wants to on this map.
Yeah. Nikki now up to the top side. It's going back, and Izuna trying to find an opportunity here, but without the scaling, without the extra speed or the size, the Rasmus is going to have a hard time scoring. Now the passing plays, a lot of energy available at the moment. Izuna continuing to push up into the corner with Kirikin, but again foiled by Weston, who is looking fantastic on the Mako. On the other end though, Blake notably taking the momentum boots, newly buffed, especially relative to the strike shot that got completely obliterated balance-wise, but Weston wishes the strike shot cooldown was available right now as Izu finds a great dribble into a goal to even it up.
Yeah, beautiful play by Izuna. And what we're seeing going into this third point here is two flips on both sides. Kirikin on the midfield and Blink with the Dubu flip. But also Weston in the flip at the goal box, but very comfortable. Like you said, Weston, probably one of the strongest goalies in ISS right now. And really knowing how to find those clears and clear it out without wasting that flip, but a beautiful hook from Izuna pulls Weston out of position and gets that final barrier.
Yeah, but Kirikin lining up the piercing shot a little bit too far there for the hit stun to come into play, but a great pass up from Kirikin, helped out on the defense by Limby though, and the Moon Warlords get out of there alive, but a missed strike. It's looking scary, but Izuna, the strike box not big enough, and Kirikin with the follow-up piercing shot will secure the goal. It's a bit of a panic, but Momono Enjoyers, they get it done.
Yeah, that mom boots Dubu in the speed lane coming up, dropping that ult, and just making sure that Moon Warlords cannot clear it out to really help their forwards find that final point there, or find that point.
Yeah, and now Izuna continuing to push forward on the offense here. Kurikan almost taken out by the top spin, but the Toby Fortress kind of helps in the survival there. A flip in front of the barrier and a good angle by Izuna to make the striking hard. And now the hook goes a little bit wide. Nikki with an opportunity with the slimes to back them up. The barrier, the target now, but Blank looking solid on the defense. Plenty of speed to cover the entire space there as the offense continues into the top corner, but Blank continues defending. A creative flip around the world, and Weston goes for the strike shot. Doesn't have the strike available, and that's a fantastic goal for the Momono Enjoyers as they take an early lead.
Yeah, and a beautiful redirect on Izuna with on the Rasmus there, able to keep it along the edge and kind of get that top corner angle. But we do see that defensive prowess of Blink putting them first in the draft here and picking up that glass cannon. That's just going to make Dubu much faster, and kind of hoping we see a little bit more aggression coming out of Blink, pushing forward and really helping their forwards once they can get the core on the side of Moon Warlords here.
Yeah, the Ice Skates Dubu was the stories long ago when Dubu would push forward all the way with additional speed. Glass Cannon plus Momentum Boots is available for Blank now, who will be looking to fly. We'll see if that is indeed the case or if the Juno Slimes will prevent that by resetting both Awakenings. Nikki already resetting them as a matter of course here, so Blank's going to have a hard time, but Izu and Kurikan have been fantastic on the offense so far.
Yeah, and a lot of damage coming out to Kurikan pretty early on, but Oni Village so open, kind of not really worth finding the KO unless you can really confirm it. And Nikki trying to confirm it, trying to get Kurikan down, and a unfortunate miss by Weston loses both barriers.
Yeah, that is really, really tough. They do find a KO, though. That's Kurikan off the board, but a great Tofu Fortress and great disruption by Izu. The barrier still fall, though. And now Nikki in the 1v1. The slimes make it difficult, but the strike box is not forward enough as Weston greets the secondary way too hard. And that's a second unforced goal, it feels like, in the favor of the Momono Enjoyers.
Yeah, Weston just saying, let me cook, let me cook. Cooking a little too hard there. But other than that, misplay, still playing very well. And especially with this offensive pressure with the double spark on Nikki with both speed and cooldown, that Kazan's just going to have just about every ability up whenever they need it with this kind of cooldown reduction.
Yeah, but Blank is winning these strike wars, and they're such important ones. If the barrier goes down, the flip follows up. Wait a second, Nikki in position, Limb pushing forward as well, but they're greeting the flips. Another opportunity now as Blank has to clear, but right to the Juno it goes, and that's the set being evened up by the Moon Warlords.
Yeah, and Livy recognizing that Blink clears right into him, doesn't even need to use the flip there. And now Moon Warlords starting the set with two flips, one on that Juno, which if they can position themselves like close enough to the barrier, can maybe find this the second barrier. That's kind of the struggle to get down on Oni's village.
Yeah, Kurikan trying to find the clear. They have to sacrifice one barrier to get out of there safely. But the flip available. Nikki in position. Strike war is going to be difficult here as Blank finds a bounce away. Izu looking for the dribbles now. A good strike war forward. The whiplash, the hook attempted. Good try by Izu, but not quite enough against Weston, who does have the burn to flip though. And now once again, the Rasmus approaches on the top corner, finding a flip from quite some distance, but a little bit too far this time. Kurikan though, building up a lot of meter now. And Blank and Kurikan have to be solid on this defense. Izu drops back to help out the corner over and over. Plenty of meter being built up for both teams here as Izu finds a good hook, finds the mix-up of Weston with the primary, saves it for now. A flip to the far side of the barrier though. Kurikan so on point, finds a snipe, has cooldowns now, and they're going to be looking to collapse.
Yeah, man. A beautiful Mako ult does kind of keep the core in that corner there long enough to wait out the flip and save this point here. And Izuna looking a little low, but again, Moon Warlord's not really like trying for the damage. They're really about this kind of core control and pushing it forward and like making these scoring attempts.
And Izu doesn't get impatient, just waits, because Weston doesn't have a method to reach the core after that primary goes wide. Good attempt by Weston, but Izu just outplaying there, waiting for the perfect opportunity to use the primary. And the Momono Enjoyers, they look like a different team. When we last saw them in the group stage, they barely got second in the group to make it to winner's side, but now they're looking to take down the Titans of the Moon Warlords. Oni Village is their map pick for a reason, I guess, but with the Brawler being taken out, they're going to have to defend for a while longer.
Yeah, and Blink just not able to win that strike where there, loses the barrier, and a Blobbo does catch Kirikin off guard and sends it right in front of the goal there. And we are on set point here, and can Moon Warlords bring this back? They were kind of on their back heels at the start of the set, but they're starting to like get back into their rhythm.
Yeah, as you say that, though, it is Momono Enjoyers once again looking like the favored team. Of course, they're on the defense now, but that early push could have easily taken 2 barriers if Weston wasn't careful. And now Nikki pushing forward, has the cooldowns, has the flip available, but right now just being stuffed away by Kirikin in the corner. Oh, but a big flip opportunity for Nikki right in front of the net. The log available, and Nikki sends it perpendicular right around every cooldown from the Momono Enjoyers to even up this game for Moon Warlords.
That was a beautiful shot by Nikki. There was so much in their way with Blobos and logs and the entirety of Momo Enjoyers. And finding that little opening in that bottom pocket was such good map awareness.
Yeah, and as we head into this draft, there's so many scary picks available among Titans is what I have my eyes on for the Juno, and it is indeed taken. That will be additional size for Nikki, despite the size awakening being taken by Azuna. Missile propulsion, I think a little bit confusing though. I think that missile propulsion on the Dubu might have been a better choice and a heavy impact on the Estelle, which leaves Mako with basically nothing.
Yeah, I do kind of agree with that. That cast loss on Dubu, not to waste if they can hit those stuns. Those stuns are going to last forever, but not if Nikki can get that barrier before the roll connects.
Yeah, it's definitely not a bad pick, but the missile prop Dubu with ice skates might have been a real win condition here, especially when you have to deal with Nikki on the offense like that, sliding around, super surge available. Kirikin force on the defense even more now, and the Momono Enjoyers truly on the back foot as Nikki has been activated, just moving across the map, enough size, enough dash range to do everything it feels like. And Azuna on the other hand, the brawler counterpart struggling a lot more, still gets 1 barrier, but oh, Blank lingering strike box, barely managed to save it. Still in such a tough spot is Blank though. To the top side it goes, the roll is good, but the slime is better, and the Moon Warlords have scaled.
Yeah, and you're talking about Nikki dashing all over the place with the super surge and the cooldown from Spark of Focus. But Linvy, once they start getting enough hits and start building up enough stacks, they have that Spark of Agility. They're going to have stacks on stacks. They have that Mung Titans. They have Mag Souls at the center line here. Linvy's going to be flying around this map, where on the other hand, with Kirikin on that Estelle, has that Twin Drive, has a missile prop, really going to be relying on kind of catching the coring, catching Moon Warlords with these Estelle Blink to try to throw them off.
Yeah, Weston and Linvy with a lot of meter available, and like you said, the mobility on the Juno really playing a part here. Good delay by Nikki, but Blank is a little bit better on the weight. Finds the defense here, but a great shot by Linvy will secure the barrier. Now Kirikin on that store, 1 hit away. The hook goes wide, but Kirikin still needs to be careful. A simple combo from the Kazan. Not the most damaging character, but look at that snipe from Kirikin. Big opportunity now for the Momono Enjoyers if they can get out of this situation alive, but the KO's found, and now Izu needs to find a hero, play a great and stare drums, but Izu fishes the core out of the corner with the primary, with the strikes away from Linvy, but a great snipe by Weston mixes up everybody, maybe even the teammates as well, finding a goal for the Moon Warlords.
Yeah, I think that was like right at the tip of Mako's primary, and no one was expecting it. Linvy's Blobbo kind of catches it, looked like it was going to send it down, but that primary probably is what got them the point there. Yeah,
and now Kirikin and Blank once again on the back foot even more, and with the top spin taken out is Kirikin. Needs to be very, very aware of those side lanes on Oni Village. You gravitate towards them for the speed, but they can be so easy to get caught in, even though the top spin is technically reactable here. Nikki and Linvy, plenty of room to make passing plays. A little too much room, it feels like. Blank and Kirikin very compressed at the barrier. Need to be so careful of the Kazan here.
Yeah, and with the Kazan being able to find these kills as soon as like enough damage starts coming out, you see Nikki that last point like hovering around Kirikin until they got that crooked leverage to hook him off. But now Nikki just kind of lying in wait with that flip, just hoping the core can get to them in a good enough position to use that flip, get this final barrier, and really make Blink struggle, because right now with these creation and these zoning goalies, the second barrier is optional. You really only want to keep one.
Yeah, Limby with the follow-up manages to find the barrier now. The open net available. Nikki cooldowns available. And Blank's going to need to be very careful here. A good clear outwards. Another good clear by Kurikan, but they stack on top of each other, cover the same space. And Nikki with the great shot to the top side. Moon Warlords, the first set behind them at this point. They're the ones in the lead, in control. And Nikki, the one with the first pick in the draft. So much available
spark
here. Yep, there's the spark, and now they are in so much trouble because 1-2 punch, rapid fire are both on the table, and this Juno is also accelerating in the scaling as well. Even if you deny the 1-2 punch here, they get the rapid fire and the Deadeye also available. So many options for this Juno, who goes for the rapid fire, which is great, but I think 1-2 punch would have been a little better here because Estelle also gets Deadeye or rapid fire anyway, and 1-2 punch on the Juno would have made it so that Kurikan could never play offense at all, pretty much, because of the overwhelming core speed.
Yeah, I agree with that, and especially with the amount of speed on Limby right now, you can win most of your interactions with your strike with just how much like distance you can cover, especially out that midfield lane. I don't think your cooldowns are really that necessary on a Juno at this point.
Well, they still are. We're seeing the rapid fire come out from Limby, making great use of it in the strikes as well. Look at that. Comboed off by Izu and Kurikan, though. Big opportunity. And now Izu and Kurikan need to make the most of this power play, but a missed strike. A bit of a fadeaway. Blank lagging. And his power play is all for naught right now, as Nikki's the one who's pressuring the barrier instead.
Yeah, but they do finally get it out, but not quick enough for Limby to come back and drop those Blobos. And again, that offensive pressure out of Moon Warlords coming into play because there's just so much speed, so much mobility, so many cooldowns on their side that it's just kind of hard to deny them anything.
Yeah, and Kurikan comboed off once more. Limby making it difficult with those slime redirects that are so on point. Weston, though, holds the primary a little bit too long, and now it's a big opportunity. Limby, oh, whoa! Blank, the one credited with the goal there. That was goofy.
That was... Let's go ahead. A little bit of an odd angle there out of Limby. Just a little too much of a back pass there.
Yeah. Well, Nikki's tried their best. That's all I'm going to say. As a flip available for Izu. Doesn't quite get the angle to take one barrier now, but the log is good. The Tofu Fortress with the rebound, but Kurikan and Izu can't follow up on the bottom side. A good strike war win, though. And Izu pushing forward. Kurikan trying to cover the out clear. And I think the Momono Enjoyers, they still have a chance for sure, but it's going to be increasingly difficult. Weston gets sniped off. What's happening?
Now it's just a double goalie, and Kurikan and Izu trying to find something, but with Nikki and Limby with all the speed and mobility and cooldowns, still can't find that barrier as Weston comes up, and another offensive play coming on the side of Moon Warlords here.
Yeah, I think the Moon Warlords need to figure something out because they're winning, but it's looking a little bit scary with how these recent plays have progressed. They do have room for error, though, forcing out a flip from Blank to the bottom side. Missile prop not enough as Weston gets the strike back in time. That dribble's a little awkward there to the bottom corner. No flip used by Limby. Izu with a chance now. Finds the rebound, finds the core speed. The 1-2 punch coming to full effect, and Kurikan just enough core speed in overtime, but I feel like Weston would have recovered in time, even without the evade. Maybe didn't buffer the strike. I don't know, but maybe the core speed was enough. 2-0 now. The Moon Warlords now on the back foot, and the set 5 looking inevitable at this point.
Yeah, and that's just kind of the nature of Oni, it seems like. It's just a very, very defensive, but... Well, I want to say very defensive, but Moon Warlords putting up, like, amazing offense here. Just kind of having a hard time... Reverse Caster's Curse. I was going to say having a hard time confirming it, but a nice flip up in that corner. Nikki sending it down, just kind of catching Blink just out of position and sending it right past them.
Yeah, and, well, the Moon Warlords can still win here. They can still win in this set. It's not going to be easy, though. But maybe Nikki is going to say, no, it's easy. Flip available now. Blank reads the core speed very, very well with a good delayed strike. Izu converting one barrier, but the strike war is being won by Limby in the midfield. The slime's making it difficult to cast Last Valley coming in as well, but the logs are there for Blank on the defense. And if Blank could step up, win those strike wars just like that and force the core forward for Izu and Kurikan, that could be a big opportunity as Izu finds the flip. And the barrier is open. The goal wide open in the favor of the Momono Enjoyers so they can get it forward to Izu. But Izu primarying it backwards. And now we're getting a little bit of awkwardness in the midfield.
Yeah, Izu trying for the hit stun, but catches the core with it. And instead of accepting the clear and trying to just trusting their midfielder to get it through them, kind of keeps Moon Warlord's offensive going that much longer. But Blink able to find enough clears, but not enough to fight out all those Juno Blobos.
Yeah, flip forward now. Izu trying to mix up the angle here, but Weston manages to secure it. It goes up to Nikki, who uses that overtime core speed to their advantage. 1 point away now from closing out this first game.
And really, this set, I cannot see who it goes to. Like, both teams playing very well, but both teams also making some significant mistakes.
Yeah, it's a little bit goofy. But, you know, they are getting it done in the end. Nikki trying to secure this final barrier here. Izu on the top side. The hook would have been really, really good there. A good flip out from Kurikan, but now Blank is in a lot of trouble here. Limby with the flip available is the main threat for the Momono enjoyers as Izu sends it to the top side. Good opportunity now for the Rasmus, trying to win these strike interactions against Limby, but Nikki on the drive-by makes it difficult for Blank, slows down the offense of the Momono enjoyers, and Izu with the lingering hitbox of the primary. The game accelerating now, a chance to send it to set 5 here, but Nikki has flip available. Limby does as well. Kurikan looking for the snipe here to flip burned on the defense after the hit's done, and now Izu with the 1v1, the strike shot available, but that's such a long cooldown now, and Weston in the open net, so vulnerable even with the flip available. It'll have come back by now. A flip used, a great log to deflect it, and the barrier still stands for the Momono enjoyers, but the slime core speed accelerating. Izu with the pull forward. Weston with the save once again. They need to find a shot around the Mako here while the strike shot is down, but it's not going to be easy.
Yeah, and Kurikan with the flip, can they get into position enough? They just don't have the speed, and using these blinks really to help Blink out here in the defensive, not really having that speed to push as far forward and help Izu. But as soon as they try, Weston finds a clear, sends it all the way across, and now Kurikan back on the defensive.
Kind of mixes up Izu on that bounce, though. Kurikan's going to have to flip here, but it's such an awkward flip too far. And now Kurikan has to control the core. Great pass out to Izu. Goes for the strike core against Limby and wins it. A bit of an ego play, but if you're going to score, might as well be an egoist at that point.
I mean, you got the Rasmus hook, make it work, and honestly, really well placed. Weston was committing down because obviously that's where the core was going, but Rasmus has those hook trick-ups if you are not tracking those cooldowns there.
Yeah, and Spark denied away here. That does feel a little bit bad as size is passed on to Nikki Midowin, who is looking very, very massive. Might the Colossus, interesting pickup here. Perfect form, staring at me a little bit. But Reverberation going to be the pick from Blank for those cooldowns. Chrono Boost falling all the way down to the Mako, who is now going to make the team a lot scarier. I kind of feel like Izu should have taken that Chrono instead.
Yeah, I kind of agree with that. They took the Colossus, which, yeah, size on Rasmus. They do have built diff on top of that. But we see some damage come out, but not consistently that I think you're going to find much value out of that increased power.
Yeah, I think it's mostly for the core speed, right? Hitting those thresholds for a red core with the help of the 1-2 punch. But even then, it just doesn't do that much compared to this ridiculous speed boost by Weston, who could just channel the secondary and watch as Nikki is massive and so fast. So can just do everything at this point.
Yeah, and that increased core speed can be nice, but when you have Limby with all this speed and you let that Chrono Boost, like we said, fall down to Mako, who can just make both her forwards that much faster, they're going to be able to catch a lot of these, even if you do red core it, they're going to be able to just cover way more of the field. I think the play for them is they just need more control of the core.
And it's looking over after that draft. Nikki and Weston got everything they wanted. Limby's build was already impeccable. And the Moon Warlords, they are just dominating now because Momono enjoyers, they just got completely outscaled in the previous draft. Like, it'll take incredible outplays from Izu just like that to take 2 barriers. And even if they take 2 barriers, scoring the goal is another question because Limby and Weston should theoretically be able to defend forever with all of these resources, all of the speed. The Astair drums to lock up Izu as well as Nikki, who's going to have such an easy time playing around this Dubu. But wait a second. A strike that's a little bit too ambitious gives Izu an opportunity, and if you give Momono enjoyers enough opportunities, they still can win this one.
Yeah, it looked like Weston was kind of trusting Limby to win that interaction up there, and Izu just able to get it around and catch Weston out of position there to kind of get up on the board. But I think, like you said, it's going to be a very much an uphill battle, especially with 2 core flips on set point for the side of Moon Warlords here.
Yeah, it is game point for game 1. Nikki with flip available, Limby as well. Kurikan doing a good job stuffing it out in the corner for the moment, but at any point they could just burn the resources to try and take this barrier. To slime pass up, not quite direct enough, but Limby has so many chances here. Tofu Fortress a little bit awkward, and that will mean the barrier is taken. Open net now with Limby having flip. It's doomsday for the Momono enjoyers in this game. Kurikan trying to make a hero play, but all they do is pop the recovery drone. Nikki in position to the bottom side. Limby flip available. Good flip by Blank. Out of there, but the hook goes wide. Another opportunity here. The stun duration saves it from the slime. Kurikan to the top side. Tried to find the last opportunity, but the slime's still there. And it will be the Moon Warlords securing this first game.
Like, that hook out of Izu, I think was the right play, but I completely forgot. On the first draft, Izu picked up aerials, I think, as a deny from Juno, which means that hook is basically going to go all the way to the edge of the map from wherever you are. So if they didn't have that projectile range, I think the hook catches and the play goes on. But again, Moon Warlords just drafting so well and scaling so hard, especially with the speed, especially with the cooldown reductions. And so the longer the game went, just favored Moon Warlords more and more.
Absolutely. And that last draft, Momono Enjoyers got to review that one, because that was a game losing draft, unfortunately. And it wasn't like game losing in the sense that like we usually see some drafts in OSS and ISS where it's like, oh, this team just like threw away everything. It was a very understandable pickup that was just game losing, you know? Yep.
But yeah, it's just kind of one of those things like Rasmus gets size, Rasmus likes size, but they weren't really looking at the whole picture of Mako getting chrono and buffing her team and be able to hold that secondary, or being able to like give them more speed out of that secondary. And with on top of the speed they already had, it just became too overwhelming.
Yep, we're heading to the next map though. Taiko Temple on the table now, and but we'll see what happens here. It's gonna be quite interesting. Dicky Menowin and Weston no longer the roster. Limby's out and Brickbat is in, so the clickbait did work. If any of you saw the go live notification on Twitch, I did sneak Brickbat in there, and I didn't know if he would be playing, but he is. So we're gonna see some brick bounces.
I mean, you put the Saya just like puts it in and makes it happen. I don't think Brickbat was actually gonna play until they saw, oh, Saya said it. Well, I guess I have to now.
Well, looks like servers will be changing. The character draft will be progressing soon. And we'll see what happens. But I do think that getting out of that first game was really, really good for the Moon Warlords. The Moon Enjoyers looked incredible on Oni Village. They had very, very good signs of life and a lot of points during that game. And it was a game that the Moon Warlords definitely could have lost.
Yeah, Momono Enjoyers like showing how good they can play that map in the early sets, but I think it just came down to drafting and scaling. And they actually, you said it early on, Moon Warlords were playing very well as a team, as a very cohesive unit, where Momono Enjoyers were very much trying to like make these solo plays happen, which they're good players. They can do that. But when you're going against an organized team and then you let that organized team scale into speed and cooldowns, then that synergy just grows exponentially and kind of becomes too overwhelming, as we saw in that final set.
Yep, we're going to look at the draft here, though. Brawler bans coming in. Zentaro on the Super Surge start, going to be denied away, and the Juliet taken away as well by the Momono Enjoyers. The Moon Warlords, sorry, the Momono Enjoyers, the ones on the blue side, and Moon Warlords on the red side, so the opposite of what I just said. And this first pick from the Momono Enjoyers is going to be quite influential, I think. I wonder what they're going to prioritize on this map here, and it will be the Asher.
I mean, it is Taiko. Asher goalie, really good at defending those pockets. Asher forward, really good at attacking them. So wherever they decide to put it, with Blink as on the goalie or Izuna on the forward, is going to be a strong pickup. But it's really going to depend on what goalie pick Moon Warlords pick up. And into an Atlas, they might struggle the first set. But if that Atlas can scale in some speed and even some cooldown reduction, I think Asher's going to have a difficult time getting through that.
Yeah, I think the Atlas is a very, very good option in that regard, and it is indeed an Asher forward as Mako is locked in. Unless they completely flip everything around, but I don't think that will be the case. X-Era, Brickbat's signature pick has arrived in the building, and that Era is going to be doing a lot of work, I feel like, on Temple with those NATOs. I like this for the Moon Warlords. I think they have a very comfortable draft, and because their team play is solid, I think comfort is what's going to take them to a victory here.
Yeah, and I think especially the X forward going into a Mako can kind of struggle, but if you have an Era backing up that can be supportive, and we've seen how much synergy Moon Warlords has, I think they totally have that synergy, can provide that support. I think that this X can get through this Mako trying to lock it down.
Yeah, and we'll see if that is indeed the case once we load into the game. Just waiting on the Momono enjoyers. And we are going to be heading in now. So Taiko Temple, the potential deciding map. If the Momono enjoyers are able to win here, we will head to Atlas's lab. But they have quite the task ahead of them, because the Moon Warlords are looking like the favorite.
Yeah, and I do believe this is Moon Warlords map. Yep. So it's going to be an uphill battle for the Momono enjoyers. It was losing on their first map pick and then going into Moon Warlords map pick, especially Taiko, where you kind of have to have that synergy. You kind of have to have that mental connection with your team, where these drums can just send the core flying in like Mach 10 speed sometimes, especially once you hit overtime, and kind of some goofy angles you can get off of these Taiko drums.
Yeah, and well, we'll see what happens when we head into the game. I do expect a lot of super surging coming out.
Yes, it is.
And it is indeed the case. That Mako with that initial speed awakening is going to be doing quite a bit of work for the team. A lesser player might have picked the Siege Machine, but speed is king forever and always.
I do find this kind of interesting. Brickbat on the slick kicks for the midfield Era. Really expecting to like have that core control and really being able to dribble and help Nikki a lot closer up in the goal box rather than hovering around the midfield as kind of what I was predicting they would be.
Yeah, I think it makes a lot of sense on the Era, because Era's a character where strikes are everything, right? On the other hand, speaking of strikes, Nikki Middlin, really, every time I see them on the Taiko Temple map, they're fishing for a center bounce, and it's so predictable that it's unpredictable.
I mean, yeah, you kind of have to expect it coming, and it's kind of that synergy between the goalie and the midfield who is trying to defend that center drum bounce of one catches up, one catches the top in case they do just strike it straight at the goal, and one kind of has to catch bottom off if they do decide to go off that drum there.
Yeah, and you always forget about it until it happens to you for the first time, then you hyper-focus on it. That's why it's such a good tool for Nikki, who goes for it so often, because the moment you stop expecting it, it happens, and the moment you start expecting it, it's just a normal shot, and you don't have enough coverage. So now we're going to potentially see another opportunity here for the Moon Warlords, as their barriers are looking very, very stable. Weston not having to do much of anything so far.
Yeah, it does kind of suffer from that Atlas speed, losing that first barrier, and that Asher coming into play just right in front. Weston kind of having to hit straight into them and giving up that barrier, but a beautiful flip out of Nikki as soon as they get the core, sends it to the bottom, and Blink on that Mako doesn't have strike shot, just does not have a response for it.
Yeah, and that's kind of a bit of a strike shot syndrome, right? Because you have that tool, you want to use it, but because you used it, you don't have the strike available. And that will be the Moon Warlords chilling here. Kurikan not chilling, notably, almost being taken out. Nikki also brought incredibly low, but the core will shield them from that Mako snipe here. Brickbat and Nikki not in the most stable of energy economy positions, but their investments will lead to survival here as Nikki picks up just enough to get another evade.
Yeah, and Izu, as soon as Nikki got staggered there, really looking for the kill, but Brickbat with that Era primary beam shrinking Izu, kind of denying that kill confirm there, allowing Nikki to stay alive, kind of just hover the bottom, get the orb and able to clear it out. But now one barrier down on both sides, and kind of just this fight at the midfield, it seems like. Neither team really able to get like control in the enemy goal box, it seems.
Yeah, but that's a good KO combo out from Kurikan and Blank, and Izu stuffing out the flip as well from Weston. The Momono Enjoyers coming alive here. Flip in front of the net, almost bouncing on the goal gates and going in, but not quite as the save is made. Izu now looking for a passing play, but Kurikan has already blinked forward. Miscommunication by the Momono Enjoyers. They're still in the lead in this point, but they still need to find the goal.
Yeah, and I think, like you said, Kurikan expecting Izu to take the shot, blinking in. Izu, I think, trying to pull a Nikki and bounce it off that center drum there, and just kind of missing and giving up that control. But now, open goal on both sides. Neither goalie, Ash or Mako or Atlas, really enjoys these open goal boxes. And Kurikan with a beautiful flip, point blank, just kind of calling out Weston there, secures the point.
Yeah, and well, we'll see if that is continuing to be the trend here, because Izu and Kurikan did convert in the end there, and they could put a lot of damage down onto Nikki if given the opportunity, if the strikes are good, if the core is kept away and the brawler is left alone in the enemy territory. So far, the strike war is being won by Blank, who does burn the flip just in case, as Nikki's taking quite a lot of damage.
Yeah, and I think that might be Mono Enjoyer's kind of win condition here, is going for that damage, because with Brickbat on that Era pick and Weston on the Atlas and the goal box, any damage that Moon Warlord might want to do is heavily reliant on Nikki. So you bully the brawler, you kind of bully like their most offensive threat.
Yeah, definitely a possibility as Nikki flips forward but defended away well by the Molino Enjoyers, getting extra damage off the bounce on the center. And Nikki now on death's door. No evades available. The orb will help quite a bit, but it's still a KO opportunity here to Firewall Sentry. A little bit awkward though, and Blank doesn't get the strike in time. Brickbat with a great shot, and now the Moon Warlords looking to close out this set. A bounce shot by Brickbat, catches the rebound with the Bewitching Beam, and Brickbat with the brick bounce, 3-1 in the favor of the Moon Warlords.
That was beautiful response time, and yeah, like you said, catching that middle bounce and then on the rebound using that Era primary to send in that top pocket just shows just how confident that Moon Warlords are also on Tycho, even this on their own map.
Yeah, and now a good perfect form take there from Blank to take it away from the X, but this X is looking a little bit larger here. A reverberation taken away, and Among Titans going to be forced onto Kurikan here, but that's a great pick. I think it's so good to the point where Weston might have wanted to consider it as well. I think Isu's going to have a lot better of a time, and Kurikan's going to be able to make up for that lack of inherent speed on the Aimi with that Among Titans, but will also be a lot smaller in exchange. Nikki looking absolutely titanic next to the tiny Aimi, so these strike situations are going to be very favored for the Moon Warlords.
Yeah, but Brickbat taking out that Chrono Boost, kind of maybe learning from last match that, or knowing that Chrono on Mako can kind of tilt the favor of match, but also just increase speed duration, and then increase the debuff on that primary. But, you know, sometimes all it takes is your goalie Atlas just walking up and getting to the goal.
Yeah, sometimes that is all it takes here, as Brickbat once again playing quite offensively here, playing very confidently, and Slick Kicks does reward that if he can get a lot of touches on the core. Brickbat now wandering in the midfield. A great primary by Blank to stuff away the flip from Nikki, and Kurikan incredibly low, but they can't get the KO as Kurikan blinks away. Bounces to the other side of the map. Brickbat and Kurikan now awkwardly staring at each other, but the defense comes through so far for the Momono Enjoyers here.
And Weston allowing Nikki to take a little vacation in the Gold Box Hotel to heal up, but unfortunately, Nikki kind of checks out a little too soon and gives up that first barrier, but barriers are resources. Goalie like Atlas is, I think, perfectly fine just defending a single barrier here.
Ooh, and a bit of ambitious flip from Brickbat. Great coverage on the Ensnare Drums by Blank, just predicted that bounce there. And now with the barriers going down, Brickbat wishes that he had the flip here. A little bit unfortunate. Tries to find the rebound there. A little bit too offensive in the immediate play. Izu as well. A great defense by Weston on the other end. But it's the NATO that makes it difficult. Izu with the dribbles, but the passive holds it. And that now, it's just spaghetti from both teams right now as the defense comes through for Blank.
Yeah, each goalie just trying to respond to these core speeds coming off of these drums, these tight angles, but a beautiful center drum pass, and Blink able to react to it, but Nicky's right there to send it in, with Blink having no response to the brawler in their face.
Yeah, we will see what happens here. Blank in a dangerous spot. Could have been flipped off the edge there if Nicky was confident. Now going for the double barrier angle, but 3 strikes is too many to overcome. And Brickbat still keeping the core contained on the other side. Weston as well with the expanse. 1 barrier earned already. And Brickbat almost being taken out on the top end. It just Moon Warlords feeling like they're in control for the entire game.
Yeah, and it's just, they just have, and we keep saying it, they just have so much teamwork, so much synergy with Brickbat just trusting Nicky up front and getting the core through, and Weston finding these clears. But both goals on the open side, it's really, I don't know, it's, I don't want to say sloppy, but there's a lot going on, and it seems like no team can really keep control of the core, and it's just a lot of reaction time that seems to be getting these goals.
Yeah, I think the possession is very good from the Moon Warlords, but when it comes to the final goal-scoring opportunity, they are a little bit messy here, giving Blank plenty of opportunities to send it forward. Hurricane with the great glitch pop forward, but Izu's not ready in time, focused on trying to pummel Brickbat off the edge, and will succeed with the secondary onto Weston. But again, Momono Enjoyers, it's a very, very disassembled sequence of individual plays right now. They need to find a way to coordinate.
Yeah, and you have Easy with this flip, and especially with like an Aimee backing you up in the midfield, that Asher is usually so incredibly strong on Taiko, and Aimee so good at like creating these pockets and kind of like forcing the defense to 1v1 this Asher, that they just don't have the communication, the kind of team plays to get that set up, and it's showing with Kirikin constantly trying to fall back and not really to help on the offense.
And Among Titans also affecting that a little bit here. To reduce size on the cyber swipe and on the strikes is really punishing, as Nicky Minolin will find an easy strike in for the set win. Momono Enjoyers, they had a good team play to open up the net on the other end, but they could never get it out from their side after that. Nicky Minolin continuing to scale in this game, and it's getting out of control.
Yeah, and that Among Titans kind of seems good in theory on just about any other midfield. Estelle, Rune, Kai, but Aimee with the cyber swipes, and especially this era that has just such a harsh debuff with that chrono boost, is just kind of making Kirikin feel so small in this match.
Yeah, and Twin Drive taken away from the Atlas, but Glass Cannon a great consolation prize. Asher going for the cast at last. That's a little bit interesting. I feel like the other options were a little bit more interesting there, but it's just the Asher not being left with much. Deadeye, you could have fished for maybe a dash KO or something there, but it's Kirikin going down. It's Nicky calling the shot, evading preemptively against Izu. And the Moon Warlords, they are in position to comfortably take this game.
Yeah, you got that speed on the Atlas, which is really all Weston has wanted this entire match. They've been so solid in their ability usage, their strikes, their strike layering with Brickbat when needed. It's just kind of Weston getting caught out without the speed, but that Glass Cannon pickup and the fact that Momono and Juries just can't find enough offensive pressure to hit that damage and to kind of reset that Glass Cannon. Weston's going to be flying around the map feeling pretty free, I think.
Yeah. Forget about Weston, though. It's the Nicky Minolin show, right? Taking up the entire goal box with a bell ringer. So much coverage from the X, and has enough stagger. Has the support of Brickbat as well to back them up. Weird NATO angle, but I see the vision there if Izu had lingered a while longer. And Brickbat, if Kirikin is shrinks, like you mentioned earlier, it is absolute doomsday for the Momono Enjoyers.
Yeah, just Kirikin just is so small right now, and even once that debuff goes away, they're still so small that it's hard for them to win any strike wars against a double size X. And if Brickbat hits that arrow primary, a effectively triple size X, quadruple if you consider the size reduction on Kirikin, just this small Aimi is just so hard to play midfield with.
Yeah, we'll see if they can prevail. But the NATO this time, the one causing tons of trouble. Kirikin almost taken off the board and forced to help defend. Can't get the orb, can't heal up. Blinks forward though, and a buffered blink will lead to a little bit of offense here for Azuna. But Weston, plenty of teammates, plenty of speed coming out from Brickbat to keep the offense forward. And a lot of it is the ease of execution, right? Back when X-era Mako or X-Mako or any combination was really dominating mid-level play, it was because it was easy to execute. It was a simple composition where you could focus on the fundamentals, and we're seeing why right here. A lot of the team play is shining when the comfort is here, the damage is here, and they have all the tools they need to close this one out to advance the winner side of Grands. Nikki Minnow and the NATO making it difficult. It goes to the other side of the world, and Weston with an early flip, but it's Nikki and Brickbat rushing forward to Bewitching Beam with a Super Surge dash, and it will be the Moon Warlords 2-0 in winners finals.
And Brickbat like barely catching that Era Beam to clip it at the very end of it to send into that top corner just before Blake is able to respawn back in, securing that point. And you can kind of tell Moon Warlords, that was their map pick. They just looked so comfortable using the drums. Nikki with those center drum shots / passes was just they were using the map to such good effectiveness, and Momono Joyers just were not able to really get any team plays happening.
Yeah, it is a little bit unfortunate, but that was indeed the case. They will drop to losers final, where they will have another chance later on, but the next matchup up is FP Obsidian versus the Fuelheads. Any thoughts before we go into that one?
I don't know too much about Obsidian, but I've seen Fuelheads play a little bit. I believe they were, if not this season of CCL, the last season of CCL, and they have some solid teamwork. So it's going to be really depend on how cohesive of a unit Obsidian can be, and how much how much drafting is going to affect the outcome. Like we just saw with Momono and George and Moon Warlords, that sometimes if you can be on point with drafting and draft optimally, that can change the entire swing of a set.
Yeah, it all comes down to the strikes at the end of the day, though. We'll see who strikes better after this break. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere.
Okay.
All right, we're back, and we're here with loser semis. It's FP Obsidian versus the Fuel Heads, and I think the Fuel Heads are trying to prove it because they got fourth in the pool. FP Obsidian got third. They are the technically lowest seeded member of this bracket, but you know, it all depends on how well you play on this day. So we'll see if they can get it done.
Yeah, and we are taking it back to Tycho with a Stagger Swagger Glass Cannon pickup, I believe. Yep. So kind of an odd awakening start. Stagger Swagger, if you think you're going to be taking some damage, I could see it on the Kazan here with just that low stagger. But Glass Cannon is going to feel really good on the goalies. I don't know so much about the forwards.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see if it does get reset or not. Stagger Swagger, though, I think will be a very big priority pickup here. And yeah, it is 5 out of 6 Stagger Swagger. For good reason, too. That awakening just is such a generally good speed awakening and makes it so that KO is not even close to an option here. Picking Luna on a Stagger Swagger start is very ambitious from Dave.
Yeah, and the only glass cannon pickup coming from Asianator. But on that Atlas goalie, I think it is a very good pickup. You build up that speed and power for some of that core speed, but I think that speed increase is really going to really what Asianator is looking for out of Glass Cannon here.
Yeah, does have that additional mobility, but up and down will be able to chip it away as well if they want to. So it's a bit of a trade-off, right? Swagger's consistent speed versus the conditional, depending on not getting hit of Glass Cannon. They're opposites in that way. As up and down pushes to the top corner. Good defense coming out from Dave on the Luna, and Asianator with a good delayed strike. Looking very, very solid.
Yeah, and you kind of already said Luna on this Stagger Swagger start, kind of an odd choice. Because, yeah, the more damage you do, like they are kind of like focusing down up and down right here, but you are making them that much faster. And if you're gonna go for the KO, if you're gonna find them staggered, you need to be quick on the draw because they're gonna regen that in pretty much no time, especially with a now midfield on their team.
Yeah, Barrier still taking those. Yoshi doing a fantastic job on this Asher so far. But up and down to the top corner. Good hit stun onto Dave as well by Zenith, I believe. Making sure the Luna can't make that save. Very well coordinated from the Fuel Heads.
Yep, and kind of like what we saw last match, coordination is so key with Tycho Temple, being just kind of sharing the same brain cell as your teammate and kind of knowing who's covering where and what kind of passes they're going to try, what kind of shots they are going for.
Yeah, up and down. Looking for this barrier take here. Good wait, but it's Zenith again. 2 big opportunities in a row. It's Zenith with the primary getting it done, and now up and down with plenty of room to play. Zenith on the top side. Needs to be careful around Yoshi, but passing over and over to up and down. This now is making a huge difference here, but so is the Luna. Dave dashing in. That's a barrier take. No one expecting that one. And once again, it is FP Obsidian keeping it competitive. But wait a second, Asianator, no, misses the bumper just barely. I feel that. I've done that so many times. Hits the wall instead, and it's cooked.
Yeah, and I think with a Luna pickup here, I don't think damage is the way to go, again, unless you can stagger them and then you have your ult up, then maybe you can find those KOs, especially on Tycho with the drums bouncing around. But I think the play is kind of what we see there. Dave kind of coming back, helping with defensively. And then if they can stay alive, using that secondary to dash forward once they get the clear and kind of helping Yoshi on those offensive. But now a power play on the side of Fuel Heads. Still kind of struggling finding this last barrier here.
Yep. Well, we will see what happens with Yoshi having the flip here. Asianator should be able to defend this barrier quite well. Yoshi with the flip, looking for one barrier. It is indeed taken as Zenith flips it away. Takes a lot of damage in the process. Even the healing's not enough. Zenith still looking low, but the Stagger Swagger going to help out in that department. And all the way back to full once again. Not a lot of meter available is the big part. Equal equations also burning to flip. The energy economy swinging all the way back around in the favor of FP Obsidian as Dave gets the defense done with the strikes. Strike shot up to Yoshi 64 trying to find another opportunity on to that barrier here. The dribbling play not quite enough. It's up and down, sends it around the world. Finds a follow-up strike, and that's the barrier taken once again. Up and down with the core control. Looking to be in control of the entire offense here as Xena sends it forward. The core accelerated. Asianator finds the strike, and catches it as up and down. Zenith making it difficult with the primary. The drones coming out once again. Dave, though, getting the strike war wins. Asianator, but it's Zenith with the coverage one last time. And this now is getting everything done.
That entire first set was basically I'm trying to think of the best words to put this, but it was just really a showcase of Zenith on this midfield, just giving up and down so many attempts at these offensive plays, trying to get these barriers, and then just beautiful placement with these primaries and secondaries to confirm these barriers, confirm these points. And that's just kind of the midfield presence that we are not seeing out of Obsidian.
Yeah, it's looking really, really good in this draft as well for the Fuel Heads. They're getting a lot of size. The strike interaction is going to be even more in their favor. And the extra special takeaway from the IME also takes it away from the Luna, who eventually gets missile prop. But it's such an awkward draft order, right? If Dave was ahead of Asianator, that would have been an extra special take on Dave. Instead, an Asianator might have gone the missile prop, and so many things could have gone differently. But in the end, I think Fuel Heads happier than ever.
Yeah, that extra special, again, with that Stagger Swagger start, really kind of making that Atlas ult not that necessary unless you're quick on the draw, in case Dave or Yoshi kind of get caught a little too close to the edge, and kind of those instant KOs. I don't think the healing factor's gonna come that much into play.
Yeah, clear up from Asianator, trying to find a bounce, but up and down, so much coverage here. And with that recovery drone as well, there's not going to be a single opportunity to really KO anyone, it feels like.
Yeah, no, and it looks like Obsidian really was trying to find this KO comp with the Luna, and then to chip out the damage, and then Asher confirm these KOs, but I just don't think it's the play. And I think it might be difficult, but they need to find some way to pivot into a more core control and team-oriented play style here.
Definitely, we'll see if they can manage to do it. Asianator flip out, but up and down, covers it. Asianator a little too impatient to get it out of the corner there, but you kind of have to be, right? You need to try every opportunity you can get to get it out of the corner, because up and down and Zenith are keeping it so locked in.
Yeah, and Dave just kind of covering that top clear, not able to really commit down to help win some of these strike wars or work on that strike layering. Just kind of really is an Asianator almost constantly in a 1v2 situation for most of these defensive plays. Yeah.
Well, pass up to Dave, looking for a dribble now, up and down, in position, forcing out a flip once again. It is FP Obsidian constantly on the back foot, a flip available now. Yoshi trying to get more off of it, but the pass splitter doesn't send it at the angle that they want, as Dave forces out the flip from Zenith and deflects it as well. But now it's up and down with so many chances on the net, and will pop it up into the top side. 2-0 now, and the Fuel Heads show no signs of slowing down.
I'm trying to think of what could come up in a draft or something that could swing the momentum of this game here, but Fuel Heads just seem so coordinated, such an unstoppable force, that Obsidian just can't keep the core over there long enough for Yoshi to really stuff it through this IME here. But up and down, getting so many offensive attempts thanks to Zenith in this midfield. I'm really struggling to find a way Obsidian can make something happen here.
Yeah, it's definitely not going to be easy, as Dave trying to dribble it away. Asianator in a lot of difficult situations now. To flip available up and down, trying to get the mind game through the middle. Maybe Dave with a good clear, but it goes to Zenith once again. The possession is endless. A strike shot will only delay the inevitable, as another goal comes through for the Fuel Heads.
Yeah, I mean, good patient waiting at the flip, and then really not panicking and just making sure you have every shot covered. But again, Zenith at midfield stopping you from clearing it out, and then up and down with this Kazan strike, these dashes, mobility is just able to move around the goal box so effectively.
Twin drive denied, and that's more offensive utility there for up and down, who's going to be even more free to dance around the enemy goal box. Sacks on sacks picked up by equal equations. There's only upside here for the Fuel Heads, while the picks for FP Obsidian are looking quite rough here. Sparks are the consolation prize, and it feels really bad in this particular case.
Yeah, I almost think Yoshi probably should have gotten Spark of Agility just to get some speed on this Asher, because let's face it, with this kind of control between Zenith and up and down, you can't really just O-key the goalie for the most part. It's working there, but so many cooldowns burn just to get that first barrier. But Equal Equations and Zenith do kind of struggle getting it out, but do get it back upward, up towards up and down, who does make effective use of that twin drive and those dashes and getting both barriers, and a beautiful shot placed in the top corner just outside of Asianator's reach, and strike shot just able not to connect.
Yeah, that's the issue, right? Even if FP Obsidian keep up the offense, get a barrier, the moment it slips away from them, it is in the hands of Zenith and up and down forever, it feels like. They just have so much core control advantage in these corners, in the open space, the ability to rotate a lot faster, but Equal Equations, a rare moment of overextension here, gives FP Obsidian one barrier, but again, when the core's in their hands, Zenith just has too much speed, too much mobility. Zyoshi now with one chance, but just cleared away from them. Dave, though, with an amazing dash, hooks around and finds the barrier take, the net open, maybe an opportunity for FP Obsidian to get things rolling, but again, it's so difficult to get it out of the hands of the fuel heads.
Yeah, and especially now that it is in Obsidian's goal box, it's going to be so hard to clear it out, but they do find it. But Equal Equations with that flip just sends it right back. And again, these offensive plays, so many cooldowns being burnt, trying to get these saves happening. And Dave and Asianator are doing a good job covering the entirety of this open goal. It's just, you can only defend for so long with a Kazan, and they now just constantly sending the core right back into your face.
Good dash out from Dave, a bit of open space bot, but Ziyoshi's just not getting the core right. The Asher is so immobile relative to everyone else in this game. Zenith blinks back just in time though, and FP Obsidian will say thank you. A big flip opportunity, a passing opportunity, the pass splitter set up, and it's fantastic from FP Obsidian. The wait pays off, the passing plays are great, and they even up the set, but they have to work so hard for that one.
Yeah, it took so many cooldowns, and Dave kind of doing effectively basically kind of what I said at the start is helping defend, and then as soon as it gets over to the other side, just dashing forward to kind of be there to support Zyoshi on the offense. But there's only so many tries you can do that if you can't keep the core over there. But right now, something has changed. You're getting both barriers down, and now it is Equal Equations trying to find off this offensive pressure and not able to blink up in time to catch that shot.
Yeah, big opportunity for FP Obsidian now. Maybe they can get some sparks on the board even more so now later into this game. Maybe they can find what they need to turn this one around, but they need another miracle point, and that bounce will do it. A great shot by Zyoshi 64, getting things started for the moment. Nationator making sure the barriers aren't taken. A crazy bounce, and the second barrier is taken as well. The glitch pop slightly too late. FP Obsidian, this is their chance to turn this game all the way around, and Zyoshi finds a shot around Zenith, around Equal Equations, and once again, they get it done.
And it seems like they're just kind of calling out Equal Equations on these IME blinks to kind of help make that offensive pressure, and they just send the core right back before IME can eject button back and like save these barriers, and then once it's an open goal, Equal Equations just kind of struggles on the defense here.
That's triple spark here for Zyoshi 64, focus, power, and resilience. Though I do agree with you, that agility would have probably been a little bit better, a little bit nicer. And on the other hand, the Fuelheads still get a fantastic draft. I mean, look at that. It is size on the Kazan, perfect form on the IME, and among Titans on the now. Up and down is the entire screen.
Yeah, this is such a big Kazan, and with how much control they've been able to keep on Obsidian's goal box, that size is just going to make it that much harder to get it through up and down. But this damage coming out, that power spark scaling actually doing wonders for Zyoshi. But again, that stagger swagger start just means you have to confirm those kills almost immediately. But Zenith, with so much control and pressure, just waiting out and just winning strike war until Asianator's out of abilities and just sends it outside that Atlas reach.
Yep, it is really, really tough if that is the case. And now with the possession in the hands of Fuelheads, they will continue getting so many offensive tries. Yoshi's going to need a miracle, but just isn't large enough to cover the entire lane. And now the expanse is late and up and down. So massive, the strike war inevitability. Good defense by Zyoshi and Dave for the moment, but they need a lot more than just that.
Yeah, and they do find that first barrier kind of with a lucky bounce, being able to clip it just on the edge. But Equal Equations does try to send it out, but blinks away, does waste flip to kind of hold it, but Z Yoshi does find that last barrier, but is not able to connect with the goal. And again, we've seen this so many times with Fuel Heads, that offensive pressure just in the face of Atlas. And now a power play on the side of Fuel Heads. Can Obsidian hold out long enough?
Oh, and the coverage on the flip is fantastic from up and down as well. Finds the pop-up at the right time to try and fool Asianator, and does succeed. Dave also burns the flip. Tries to find an ambitious goal on the top side, and Fuel Heads, they play keep away. They get out of the sticky situation, and they prevent FP Obsidian from taking advantage of the IME's lack of defensive capabilities. But FP Obsidian, undeterred, they still think the game's winnable because it is.
Yeah, I mean, they are not going to stop fighting here, and especially a triple spark Asher. Yeah, they don't have the agility. The speed would have been nice, but 3 sparks is 3 sparks. They're going to have that ability cooldown. They're going to have the power kind of help with that core speed a little bit. But again, it doesn't really matter if Zyoshi cannot get the core up in the goal box.
Yeah, they're playing keep away from Zyoshi to pull back up and down. Flip available now. They got to take it away from the Kazan, who sends it backwards. Tries to find the corner bounce there, but now the pass splitter set up. Zyoshi looking to close this one out. KOs the goalie. The airship succeeds. The power smart coming into play. Asianator strike shotting it forward to try and accelerate the offense, but it's not fast enough. Is up and down now with a big opportunity.
Yeah, and Zyoshi and Dave just does not have that offensive synergy that we've seen with Zenith and up and down here. And Dave with a beautiful dash strike, saving that core flip.
It's chaos right now. Up and down. One strike will do it. The top spin so massive. Will pull the core forwards. And FP Obsidian, they almost had the momentum, but Fuel Heads will close it out in the end.
Yeah, and that was just pure, like, teamwork and synergy on the offense from the side of Fuel Heads. But I want to know, I wish we could go back in time and have Zyoshi pick up the spark of agility and see if the speed on that Asher, just allowing to transition from helping defense to moving the offense that much quicker, if that would have been enough to swing the tide of that game.
Yeah, it was very close at the end. It was almost the start of a comeback, but the Fuel Heads hung on. They got it done. FP Obsidian now will turn to Oni Village to see if they can turn things around.
Yeah, and Asianator are doing great on that Atlas. They're very comfortable in these kind of lock it down goalies, which really what you want on Oni Village. Second barrier is kind of optional there. Equal equation, they were doing really good defensively on that IME pickup. But they really shined, like denying the midfield, blinking forward, kind of denying being that extra midfield presence for the side of Fuel Heads. That I'm kind of wondering if they're going to go a more offensive goalie pick on Oni here, or if they're going to opt for a lock it down like a Dubu, Mako, or Asher, something on that along those lines.
Yep. Well, we'll see what happens when the draft comes through. The links are being sent now, and the graphic should appear in just a second. And it looks like the map that we are going... Sorry, the awakenings that we're going to are Monumentalist and Spec Training, so... Ooh. A bit of a polar opposite to what happened last time.
Yeah, a little bit. Is very much defense on Tycho, but Oni, not really a damage map, but with this awakening start, and especially how efficient we were seeing Zenith on now, picking up that Monu, if they can pick up that now, could be huge for Oni Village here.
Yeah, it definitely could be, but a lot of other options are on the board as well, and KO is also kind of on the board if that spec training does come through. It's going to be very, very interesting to see what they prioritize here, but FP Obsidian banning away the Rasmus immediately. Will they prioritize the Kazan? Maybe not, though, because I don't think Zyoshi prefers playing it, so it's a little awkward.
Yeah, and unfortunate with Kazan has such good core control with the crooked leverage, the dashes that they can do, the longer strike box, that they can move the core around most of these zoning goalies, that if up and down is able to get that Kazan, which it looks like they are going, it's going to be that much harder for Asianator to find these defensive plays and kind of get through this Kazan, especially with a Zenith. I'm assuming with a Mon, you start probably picking up the now if it's not taken away here, and it looks like it is.
Yeah, okay, the Kazan indeed taken by FP Obsidian. I think that's a good draft decision, right? Pinching the Brawler pool, but very smart decisions by the Fuelheads on the other end as well. Knowing that the Brawler's already taken, that Brawler slot gone, so might as well pick up your midfielder and goalie. But Asianator is going to be on the Finny in this one, and I like that because I think that Asianator has performed spectacularly on the Finny in recent memory, played it very well against Dropletto, and that's pretty impressive, I gotta say. So that's not something that's easy to do.
Yeah, especially with this spec training start coming out on the Kazan, they might be able to find some damage, some KOs later on here if they choose to spec into that, or like we were saying last game, if they kind of go more into the control, cooldown reduction, and a Kai pickup on the midfield. That speed is going to feel so good on the midfield pick, I believe.
Yeah, we'll see what happens in this game. I do like the comps from both sides. They have very, very solid capabilities. They do everything that the teams want them to do, which is always a good thing. Of course, it's a low bar, but there's also comfort picks involved as well. So I'm interested to see if Asianator can deal with the Monumentalist now, because that will definitely be a challenge. Zenith with a lot more coverage than the Finny, but we'll have to see how it goes here if Zenith can continue to impress. Yeah,
because if that now can control the midfield like they were on Tycho, granted much more open map, giving Asianator a lot more clear options, which I think they're going to have to utilize very oftenly, because Finny not a lot of deny pressure with a Julie in your face. If they can walk up with that kick punch and just go right through you, I think it is going to be Asianator kind of prioritizing keeping the core away from Julie or keeping Julie at a good distance.
Yep. We're heading into game now. Oni Village. Hopefully it's not a long one. Or maybe if it's a long one, it'll be a banger. We'll have to see. FP Obsidian trying to stay alive in this series. Penny coming in for Asianator is the highlight pick here. And on the other end against that Zenith now, that was so impressive. Ziyoshi's going to have to show that they could do it on the Kazan.
Yeah, and Kazan, a lot of ability usage. They can kind of have that control. But going from an Asher into a Kazan, or from Asher to Kazan, very different play styles there. Kazan really trying to work the core around, Asher just trying to push it through. But going into a Mako, I don't know. Kazan might struggle here with all the hits that Equal Occasion on this Mako can really have an answer for.
We'll see if that is indeed the case. Ziyoshi should be equipped to deal with a lot of those tools here to send it around, but it's also true that Equal Equations could fight back a little bit. The Mako damage surprisingly high and up and down. Forget about abilities, forget about strikers, forget about picks. It's all about the strikes right now. It's up and down, sends it around. Both barriers already taken.
Yeah, and Zenith and up and down, like moving beautifully, like in sync to get that last barrier, very in unison, to really deny any clear from Dave and Asianator there. But a nice Mako ult able to stop Ziyoshi from getting any kind of control and helping the Fuelheads kind of keep this core at bay.
Yeah, and unfortunately Ziyoshi not looking very warmed up on the Kazan here, but Asianator will sneak it away. But the now mine Zenith has already prepared for that situation where the core slips away, and the first goal will go to the Fuelheads.
Yeah, a very interesting play from up and down, using that Julie ult to core stop. Asianator kind of evading it so they don't get stunned. Up and down recognizing it, knowing they can't just shoot, just take the shot, but sending it backwards to Zenith's now drone there. And just a beautiful setup and beautiful teamwork coming outside of Fuelheads, which is really no surprise after the game we just saw.
Yeah, Ziyoshi now in position to core spit a little bit too much for Equal Equations, who gets overwhelmed. The barrier falls down. Now Ziyoshi the one on scoring opportunity. Dave, flip available just in case, as Ziyoshi takes a ton of damage. The spec training becoming quite the factor in a lot of these KO opportunities. Asianator disrupting for the moment. The hit stun coming through, the flip available, and up and down will secure the barrier take. The big finish to the top side, but not quite enough to get the goal. And now Dave, mixed up by Zenith, who sends the primary out just in time, completely fooling Dave, who thought the strike was already gone. Amazing timing there against the flip, and now FP Obsidian need to try once more to close out this point, but with the goal open with no cooldowns left, it's up and down, who catches the perfect pass from Zenith to secure the second goal for the Fuelheads.
Yeah, and we're just kind of seeing like different maps, same strategy, just such good coordination coming out of Fuelheads. These passing plays, these coverage, and the insane synergy with Zenith and up and down on these offensive plays, really kind of forcing Obsidian to get these barriers early and try to make something happen. As we see there, now it's a full open goal on both sides.
Yep. Oh, and up and down with the delayed dash punch, making sure to get the punch after the hit of the primary from Asianator. 3-0, very clean on Oni Village. And it's Zenith MVP. Who else, you know, as we head into the draft. And this draft is so scary because there's so much speed on the board. Among Titans, a big opportunity. Stacks on stacks probably going to be the priority here. And this is just overwhelming in favor of the Fuelheads because you got the now on the stacks on stacks. And wait a second. Yeah. Never mind. Everything makes sense.
Yeah, with Vinny picking up the Among Titans, does get that speed boost and kind of giving a little bit more size. I think specifically to the Kazan there, really hoping this Kazan size can scale and kind of help get around Equal Equations Mako pick here.
Yeah, but with the Spark pickup, they're looking for Spark scaling once again. The size and is not in their favor. It looks like Equal Equations, the one looking massive, but a strike will win by Yoshi. Will take the first barrier here. Asianator, a lot smaller, but a lot more nimble here. He's going to have a hard time in the direct strike interactions, but if Asianator can position well around the strike box of the opposing players, position ahead, and use the hit stun of the primary, that will be good for the Fani. It's just not going to be easy.
Yeah, and we saw some of that damage from especially these starting awakenings, but that draft as well coming out. Zyoshi having to fall all the way back and play very defensively with up and down trying to hunt them down. But now everyone back to full stagger, and now just a game of speed and core control, which we know Fuelhead thrives in this kind of play style here.
Yep. Up and down now. Trying to find that flip, but the net is open if Dave can send it forward, but up and down just reads Asianator is clear completely. Flip available in front of the net, not using it quite yet, trying to conserve the energy, but gets punished for it. If they can get out of the corner now, it would be a huge opportunity as Yoshi sends it away. Dave trying to cover, but Zenith has the flip available. Up and down, has a strike, but strikes it up to the top side. That's a missed opportunity for a goal and a huge chance for FP Obsidian.
Yeah, and Zenith's using a flip, trying to set up and down, but FB Obsidian with such good coverage, just denying that scoring attempt. And I feel this is probably the most like up against the back wall that Fuelheads have seen, especially on this game here. Just Mako, once that goal's open, kind of struggling with this core speed, especially in overtime here.
Oh, but up and down. A redemption for the previous crazy strike to the top side. Will get the strike war on the Fini card and will secure the goal simply. Fuelheads get out of that scary point alive.
Yeah, and Asianator doing very well on the Fini goalie, but just seems like up and down just has their number. Just always, it seems like they're just one step ahead with these Fini cards, trying for these clears, trying for these defensive plays, and up and down just knowing exactly how long to wait and when to call them out on it.
Oh, but is Yoshi the one getting the goal now? That point was really fast for FP Obsidian as they even up the set.
Yeah, and just beautiful patience on Zyoshi waiting out Equal Equations, Mako secondary, and Equal Equations using it to try to like hit it for that like bottom clear, but Zyoshi perfectly timed strike sends that in. Yeah, we'll see if they can replicate that, but with one barrier taken, maybe that is the case. A good primary by Equal Equations to send it away. Zyoshi pushing forward, but the drum and bass is going to make it very difficult. Asianator has to run away from there, plenty of speed to get away from the Juliet, and FP Obsidian kind of feels like they're playing a lot more comfortably now. Yeah, I think that that Among Titans speed boost on Fini is allowing Asianator to push up a bit more and really helping FP Obsidian have these offensive plays, but unfortunately, once it gets sent so far across, especially through that speed lane. Asianator just can't quite make it back to save that barrier. But again, Oni Village, only one barrier matters, and Z Yoshi taking that final barrier. And again, this Mako kind of struggling in these open barriers, and Z Yoshi just perfectly timing these strikes to weigh out those equal equation abilities.
Very, very well done here at Obsidian with the chance to even up this game. They're looking more and more in tune with Oni Village by the second. Up and down, gonna have to find a dash punch. It does so against Dave, but it drifts up to the top side where equal equations can't cover. We're seeing a lot of those awkward plays more and more as this game progresses, and Zenith also taking a ton of damage. If they can erase those stacks, this set is as good as won.
Yeah, because Zenith on it now just running all over the place, but a lot of damage coming out. Not quite getting staggered, and Zenith using that ult to perfectly heal themselves back up and grab an orb, and now all that damage is for naught, and Zenith safe with those stacks once again.
Yep, but it's still looking very, very doable. Asian are catching the core. Big opportunity for Dave as they're occupied trying to kill Z Yoshi, who barely survives. Flame Flurry will do it in the end, but that's so many cooldowns burned. That's Dave and Asian are going to be having a very, very easy time on the offense here, actually. I was about to say defense, but the big finish gets it done. Asianator with plenty of meter built up as well. 2 strikes away from that flip. That's 1. Okay, maybe 3 strikes. My bad, I lied, but it is looking very, very good for FP Obsidian.
Yeah, but you do have up and down with this flip, and if they can just get into position, Zenith trying to hold it down, and they do get close enough, wait out that triple take and flip it straight into that barrier, get it open, and now Asianator kind of having to double goalie with Dave here to survive this offensive push here. And an unfortunate rebound on that Finny card sends a core into their own goal. That's so unfortunate, but that positioning from up and down in Zenith, just Obsidian struggling to find these clears.
Yeah, and that was like the very last active frame it could have hit as well. It was like just turning around, about to accelerate in the other direction. Perfectly timed to own goal, unfortunately. And the Fuelheads will take that because that's a chance for them to keep the momentum up, right? It was looking bad for them, but this is a chance for them to really steal away the set and keep the lead going.
Yeah, but we do have energy burst on Dave here, and a full open net on the side of Fuelheads here that if Dave and Zyoshi can control the core enough, get to that goal box, get Dave up there with the flip, sends it in, just dump abilities, force it through, get the KO. Equal Equations does get revived, but that is set point, and Obsidian pulls it out.
They get it done, and Dave getting that first pick is so valuable. The midfield speed difference going to really define this game, but it's a little bit awkward here because Stragger Swagger is still on the board, which is going to be an amazing speed awakening to take as well. Chrono Boost still is fantastic, though. Going to give that burst speed that Dave needs to be the playmaker here, but Zenith continues getting that unconditional, consistent speed.
Yeah, and I think Stagger Swagger's the exact call on Zenith here, because with that stacks on stacks, they get that full speed. They're making Stills a target, but if you target Zenith and you cannot confirm that KO quick, that Stagger Swagger speed is just going to send them flying across the map, and they are just going to get their stagger back that much quicker, and you are not going to be able to reset those stacks.
Yeah, but there's also another small win condition here for FP Obsidian, right? It's the 1-2 punch on Zyoshi with the Spark of Strength. Gonna have more than enough core speed on those hook strikes. Gonna take so much damage though, and Stinger as well, and up and down. Gonna be tacking on that anti-regen. But those hook strikes are gonna be quite devastating if Zyoshi can find a good shot.
Yeah, and so it seems like it's really coming down to both teams have kind of the, obviously the core control win condition, as we see with Fuelheads there, but also with a lot of damage getting pumped out. Both teams could viably go for kind of a damage win con in finding these KOs, but when you have this kind of control and synergy with up and down and Zenith that we've been singing this whole best of 3 series, it's gonna make that core control, that focusing, that much harder on the side of FP Obsidian.
Yeah, good defense by Asianator so far, digging out of the corner twice, but it's still gonna be quite difficult. Up and down with the flip available. Dave getting forced away. A good primary, but Zenith's there to cover. The synergy, like you just mentioned, is really coming through in a big way. And now a KO found onto the Kai as well. They can't control the core enough. Zyoshi helping out with the hook trying to get a little bit more here, and the big finish will stall it for so long. The respawn going to come in soon, but up and down, such a threat. Okay, well, I called that one. Wow, I shouldn't have stopped talking. But yeah, wow, 2-0 now. The Fuelheads looking very good in this set, and FP Obsidian, like after that draft, they just can't get rid of Zenith at all.
No, I think Zenith is effectively immortal here. I don't think they're going to be able to, like, they're not going to be able to stop this midfield. So I think their only option here for WinCon is just like that almost pure offensive pressure, and Asianator kind of moving up, just kind of trying to stop Fuelheads from getting the core across this midfield line where they're just so effective as a unit.
Yeah, net is open, but scoring is another game entirely here for Dave and Zyoshi. Asianator holding it down as best as possible, but this Finny is not a melee goalie, even if Asianator's making some good plays, and that card goes wide, the barrier taken by Equal Equations from the other end. Zyoshi, though, in position and Equal. A bit of a weird strike there. Not as usual for the fantastic Fuelheads goalie, but, you know, FP Obsidian, they'll take those.
Yeah, that Kazan size, that longer strike range, Equal Equation, I think almost kind of like panic, just kind of seeing it, Dave and Zyoshi so close. Just kind of wanted to get it cleared out, but unfortunately that sends it right to Zyoshi. But as we've seen now, a lot of damage coming out for the side of Obsidian, but can they find these KO confirms, or are they just going to take the barrier and just try to get this point rather than finding any of these KOs here?
Yeah, and Dave now building up a lot of meter, almost taken out by Zenith, but surviving there is so huge, right? That flip available for Dave changes everything. If FP Obsidian can accelerate the offense now, Zyoshi trying to stall out, gets the hook, gets the pop-up, but it's not enough distance. Oh, but in position is Dave, trying to get it past the Snare Drums, but Equal Equations, good ability usage makes it difficult here. The big finish, such an awkward ability to play around for both teams. And Dave and Zyoshi trying desperately to find this goal. The topspin not enough. Dave trying to navigate through up and down, but it's so difficult to get it through the brawlers here. And Asianator and Dave are going to have to work overtime in overtime. A strike or win's going to be crucial, but Zenith is winning most of them.
Yeah, and up and down falling back to kind of help with this triple goalie defense. And when they have the speed boost from the now secondary, the Mako secondary, just means that they don't have to worry so much about having to transition to offensive play. But Dave, great position, great barrage, catching Equal Equations clear and sitting to that bottom corner where they cannot reach it. And Zenith just a little too far forward, not able to make it back in time.
Yeah, and now it's a big opportunity for FP Obsidian to take the lead, maybe turn this series around here, but they got to be very careful around up and down. And up and down proves why. Finds the dash punch off of Asianator, trying to get it past it with a simple primary from the Fini. And with the net open, they're in lots of trouble. Yeah,
Asianator not quite as comfortable moving as far forward as we have seen them being once both barriers are gone, kind of losing that midfield presence and relying heavily on Dave with this chrono boost Kai speed to get that coverage, while Zyoshi just strike after strike just cannot get it through Equal Equations to get this final barrier and kind of get this win condition until they finally do. Zenith low uses the flip just to survive, but Zyoshi, Dave keeping that corner, but Equal Equations, Zenith is able to clear it top, and now is just each team trying to find control of the core as an offensive play in both open nets here.
Oh, but Zyoshi with the hook will secure the final play, necessary Christmas expansion, all of that. 3-2, FP Obsidian taking the lead.
Yeah, FP Obsidian, huge win getting Kai Dave on this first draft pick, but I don't know, what is their win condition here? They've been dealing a lot of damage, but if Fuelheads get any more speed, any more cooldown reductions, any more core control capabilities, I feel like Obsidian's still going to kind of struggle with finding those offensive plays.
Yeah, and speaking of speed, Glass Cannon on the now, and importantly, Dash Awakening undeniable here because of the 2 picks in a row, because of the XP being so high on Equal Equations. That is really bad, the fact that Mako just got a Dash Awakening for without being able to be denied here.
Yeah, and Super Surge Aerial's kind of a damned if you do, damned if you don't, but Aerial's really good on Kai here, just kind of that projectile range, but also more speed on that secondary. Dave really leaning in that secondary for their coverage there. But Yoshi finding that second barrier, and again, an open goal here, and can Obsidian get it back over and get control in a maintained possession to get it around what I can only imagine Fuelheads coming back for a triple goalie once this goal box is open.
Yeah, it's definitely possible if they can keep the core contained. The big finish going to do a lot of work in that department, but it goes back to Zenith, who has so much speed, the most in the game. Equal equation secondary going to come up soon here. Going to help the offense even more as the Flame Flurry keeps the core in place. Once again, Zenith plenty of healing as well. Tries to go for the mix-up flip, and that's a KO onto the goalie. Dave with a vertical barrage, but a strike war win by Zenith will secure the point, and the Fuelheads, they're still in control.
Yeah, that KO was so needed. Asianator doing such a good job with coverage and working well with Dave and kind of forcing Yoshi on the defensive, meaning they had such a reprieve from any offensive pressure that Obsidian might have been able to squeak through.
Yeah, we'll have to see if they can go a little further here. Dave defending the barriers, but one will go down already. They navigated to Yoshi though, but they can't get a clean attack, and Equal Equations has so much defensive insurance. The flip available, so many cooldowns, so much speed. It's going to be hard to get past this Mako.
Yeah, and Yoshi does have that double spark. Spark resilience means they're not going to be as in danger as they were previous set with getting staggered. But again, building up that spark of strength. Are they... I still don't think the damage that Wincon here, especially when you have up and down and Zenith pushing out so much damage to Asianator, but Yoshi does not care. Full backup from their team is able to sink it through and get a point on the board.
Yeah, very, very well done with the flip. Two members there, but unable to defend it. But that point kind of highlighted one of the weak points of FP Obsidian, right? Asianator is not tanky. They can KO the Finny goalie, especially because they have a Stinger Juliet. If they just use the Flame Flurry on Asianator and Asianator doesn't evade, they can just kill the Finny, like, immediately.
Yeah, especially with this that specialized training, like you said, heavy impact Stinger. This Juliet is all in on that ult. If this goes one more draft and up and down, okay, wait, no, Asianator took the extra special, so at least extra special is off the table there. But yeah, I think a lot of damage can come out from these Flame Furies.
And Asianator's vulnerable now. Just use the flip. Flip out from up and down, but the big finish is the one that actually scores another own goal, and Fuelheads will take that once again.
Yeah, Asianator kind of trying to read up and down, shooting it for that top corner, but does not read their own big finish, sending it to that bottom corner there. You could tell they tried to get the coverage with the Finny card there, but just a little too early and just was not able to connect with anything.
Yep. Well, we'll see if they can convert on this particular point, but up and down and Zenith are still continuing on the offense. Yoshi with the big opportunity this time, but it's actually Dave who goes down. Was that to the Now Mine?
I was not watching. I was watching Yoshi and Equation. Up and down was there, but I don't think they used any abilities. I think it was Zenith dropping the Now Mind on top of up and down, sending Dave off the map.
Oh no, the respawn does come through, and Yoshi will almost secure it here. Equal Equation sends it away, and Asianator's not big enough to get there in time. Up and down, winning so many strike wars in a row, and Zenith in position. A good strike war win, though, by Dave. Pushing forward now, Equal Equations with the patience. We'll send it to the top side. If Zenith gets the strike war win one more time, Yoshi gets it one more time, and this time, Equal will not be able to strike it. FP Obsidian 1 goal away from a Game 3.
Yeah, and Obsidian, they are definitely, it feels like they're struggling defensively, but as long as Asianator can stay alive, not staggered, and really allow Dave and Yoshi to like have these offensive plays. And I like what Yoshi's been doing here, really like focusing on when Equal Equations using that Mako secondary and just hit stunning them out of it, denying that extra speed on the side of Fuelheads, and really that kind of defensive power that Mako does have with that secondary.
Yeah, but now Asianator's in a lot of trouble. Forced to burn a primary, but still a barrier take. The Fuelheads looking to continue this game into a 5th set, and it's looking very, very doable here. As up and down, dribbles up, wins the strike wars, and Zenith in position. The barrage is good to prevent the passing play, but it goes up and down once again. Asianator completely misjudges the bounce, and we're headed to a set 5.
And I think that was just misjudging the speed boost that speed lane gives kind of like adjusting the angle that the core comes off just enough. And with that, Among Titan pickup does not have the size to reach that.
Yeah, that is so tough. Another spark potential here, but perfect form on the now is ridiculous. So many cooldowns on that character going to be available. Rapid fire going to be good for the Kai Barrage, and the spark is denied. That is size on the Kazan though, so that's a consolation prize to be sure, but it is still looking rough for FP Obsidian.
Yeah, and it is Spark of Focus, so at least a little bit of cooldown reduction coming. And with that Stinger pickup, up and down might be able to just like spam primary and on Asianator, get them down, and then use that Flame Fury to find those KOs on Asianator, I believe, but trying to use it for a cheeky barrier, but not able to connect. On the other hand, Yoshi and Dave, beautiful teamwork and passing around equal equations, does find both barriers.
One barrier taken by Up and Down for the moment, though. Equal Equations going to have to defend this open net. Not an easy task, as a lot of damage is pumped in with the projectiles. Equal Equations getting the defense done, and the body blocked by Zenith onto the Giga Blast will help save the day. Zyoshi now in position. The rebounds from Dave. So much speed to work with when the Blazing Pace is active. The mines is set up right now as Asianer gets to save once more. Up and Down in position. Such a dangerous spot to be for Equal Equations, though, as Zyoshi doesn't quite get the angle in the goal. It bounces off the edge. And once again, FP Obsidian, they need to find this goal quickly.
Yeah, and Zyoshi, like, for a little bit there saw a little bit of damage on Zenith and tried to, like, stagger them, but with that stagger swagger, I don't think it's worth it. I think they need to save their abilities to deny Equal Equations at Mako secondary and use it for these scoring attempts, because they're only going to get so many until Zenith and Up and Down can regain control and get that synergy that we've seen. But Zyoshi with a beautiful strike, catching Zenith, popping the secondary core, and just sending the core right through. Equal Equations just not able to react to it.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of those situations coming through. I think the Equal Equations a little bit used to Zenith getting it done, right? So not expecting Zyoshi finding the outplay. But speaking of outplays, it's Up and Down, dash punch flip. That's the brawler who just scored, getting taken away. But that's a barrier really vulnerable. Zenith's the one who has to burn the defensive abilities. And that power play is completely nullified by Asianator.
Yeah, and I think what we're kind of seeing here, Zenith and Up and Down have, like, still such good chemistry, but it feels like defensively Fuelheads is almost starting to panic once Dave and Zyoshi start getting this offensive pressure. They're just dumping so many abilities, and just like slight miscommunications just costing them barriers and forcing Equal Equations into these open net scenarios that I just feel like they're not used to going against, with Zenith having such good control in the midfield, but kind of Fuelhead starting to struggle here.
Yeah, they definitely are. Dave, Asianator looking for a big opportunity now. Up and Down, very low. A KO perhaps on the cards if they can find a top spin onto Up and Down, but the win box doesn't come into play there. Up and Down survives.
Yeah, Zyoshi kind of being getting a little too ambitious with that top spin, and Up and Down realizing it comes out, just kind of holding in the stem of the umbrella there and inside the light hit and kind of avoiding the hard hit.
Yeah, Zyoshi now looking to use his core speed to his advantage, but unable to do so. Asianator looking very vulnerable in the net. A lot of cooldowns available, but Zenith, the one who uses the secondary, finds the barriers, and this open net is looking so lonely for the tiny Fanny. Plenty of speed to get it out of there for the moment, but really awkward with a big finish. Dave will help out on the defense just enough, but a flip away from Equal Equations. Hit away by Asianator once again, and a Giga Blast up to the top side perfectly from Dave. Was a flip available, looking to score this goal. Zyoshi interrupting, but not quite enough just yet. Dave still surviving. Zyoshi forward. So many hits here. The secondary, it's so much core speed by Zyoshi, and they're one goal away.
A beautiful find from Zyoshi right in between Mako and Now there, and Zenith even popping that Now secondary to try to get the coverage, get the speed, but Zyoshi with the flip, the core speed, just sends it into the one opening that neither Equal Equations or Zenith can respond to.
Yeah, but it is going to be difficult here. Zenith has the flip available. Barrier take already. Whoa! Crazy snipe by Equal Equations. All but guarantees the goal, but a fantastic defense. Doesn't matter because Zenith finds the follow-up. Great defense by FP Obsidian to get it out of there, but Zenith has the coverage.
Yeah, but can they do that 2 more times? And we've seen the team play that up and down Zenith can have, but it's really, I feel like they need to get those team plays going like right off the bat. Otherwise, once the core starts going and things start getting a little bit more chaotic, it seems like that's where FP Obsidian is thriving and where they're making a lot of things happen is in this kind of like speed chaos. If it hits overtime, I only imagine it favors Obsidian here.
Yeah, and with the open nets, they have a chance to close out this game, send it to a game 3. But it's not going to be easy when up and down is getting the reads. Asianator in a lot of trouble. Flip available. Up and down trying to do everything here. Mind gaming. But Dave is there to cover. And that could punish them quite a bit. Up and down with the punch. Zenith coming in with the follow-up. The barrage used as well. But equal equations flip available. Equal equations in position. Zyoshi to the bottom side. But the shot isn't perfect. And if it was, it would have been the goal. But they still have possession here. Up and down running desperately. Zenith with the speed. Trying to find an opportunity on the top side. Is up and down. Trying to take it themselves, but they lose control of the core, and now it's up and down, who sends it right to Asianator, but Asianator goes down to Spec Training, coming into play from the Flame Flurry. It's fumbles from both sides, but Zenith, the consistent player through it all, finds the goal.
Yeah, Zenith just winning that strike or winning their interactions and knowing this Now's kit so well, just even like on their own in that bottom corner, just getting the coverage beautifully. And yeah, they're like so much energy gone, 2 core flips wasted trying to defend that on the side of Fuelheads to much effectiveness now that they can take this to a set 5.5. And I cannot imagine which direction this is going to go. Each team is doing so well. I think Fuelheads is a more solid team, but once this core speed starts going and their positioning kind of gets thrown off, FP Obsidian can just take such good advantage. But when it's a 2v1 in this situation, they're just kind of stalling out until they can get their momentum back.
Yeah, Zenith, a little bit dangerous there, does survive, tries to find the dribbles here, but it's not looking very, very safe. Flips it away. Zyoshi flip available. Link take this very, but Zenith again doing everything here on the Now. Up and down in a lot of trouble though. The Flame Flurry doesn't quite catch the core, and the Juliet brought low by the cards. And Zyoshi now the one who is full health, looking strong, but the barrier still not taken, deflected away by Zenith. It's always Zenith in every single play, it feels like, but Zyoshi secures the barrier up and down to the top side, but a triple take now makes it difficult. Zenith on the breakaway has to deflect against the big finish. The Giga Blast so much core speed, but the barrier still stands, interrupted by Zenith in the midfield. And Asianator now with flip available is going to be able to defend so well here. Flip available for equal equations around the world it goes. Up and down, catches it at the end of it all. It goes to Zyoshi once again. The core speed picking up for the Kazan, looking to close this one out. But it goes to Up and Down, who dribbles on the top side, covers so much space with Zenith, who sends it between Dave and Asianator. Up and Down just needs to close it out, make sure the nerves don't get out of control. Zyoshi in position, and Dave as well to the top side. Equal equations, good clear to the bottom side. But Zyoshi, once again, dribbling. It's a barrage. Dave does it. FP Obsidian take it to a game 3.
I was not paying attention. Whose map choice was this? Because like
it was Fuelheads.
It was Fuelheads. That is such a big win for Obsidian, winning on Fuelheads map there. But Obsidian really like struggling at the start of this game here, but finding the rhythm, finding their win condition of really just passing around, throwing Fuelheads' positioning out of whack, and not letting them to get repositioned for that core control ability that we've seen so many times, and just using that core speed, using that overtime speed, and Zyoshi focusing on equal equations to knock Mako out of that secondary and deny them that speed boost. I think Obsidian played that so well and found their win con. The question is, are they going to be able to find it on this third map on Clarion?
Yeah, and it is the Fuelheads side select, so they will get blue side. But almost 400 redirects. Zenith was the main character of the lobby. I think Up and Down equal equations, they just got a little bit too nervous. We saw a lot of drop strikes, a lot of dropped abilities, a lot of dropped dribbles. And that really made the difference, I think. The high pressure situations, getting to them. Zenith, though, like, that guy's a veteran. Kept it stable till the very end.
Yeah, and even we see like in the scoring potential on the side of FP Obsidian, Z Yoshi with the 9 goals and 1 assist to Dave's 2-6, really working together to find those goals, but really relying on Z Yoshi to confirm them. Whereas Up and Down and Zenith, 6 goals each, like both of them really knowing their characters, really knowing their score confirms and their passing plays, really working together as an offensive unit. But like you said, Zenith maintaining that composure and like pretty much that entire match, but equal equations Up and Down kind of feeling a little frantic in certain scenarios. And unfortunately for Fuelheads, it was kind of those key scenarios where they panicked maybe a little too much and made just one mistake that Zyoshi and Dave were able to call out and secure this second game.
Yeah, and we really saw the power of the Asianator Fini in that one as well, right? It was really interrupting so much in the midfield, forcing Up and Down in particular to have to deal with so many cooldowns, so many abilities in the midfield. That really added to the mental stack, right? I think against a standard melee goalie, Up and Down probably would have kept it locked in till the very end, despite the long set 5.5 Oni. But against Fini, there's so many things to take into account that I think the shakiness caught up at the end.
Yeah, and then just the like Asianator, once they got that amongst Titan and Dave and Zyoshi getting a bit more comfortable falling into a rhythm on the offense, just pushing forward and really Up and Down as that Julie kind of wants to hover in that enemy goal box, but when the enemy's not in the goal box and just kind of denying it from crossing midfield, you have to play so far back to kind of help clear it out and then try to use the speed from the Now and the Mako to regain that your offensive positioning. Just beautiful play by Asianator, kind of walking forward and compressing the map to just one side whenever they had the offensive pressure going.
Yeah, we'll see what happens in this draft though, because on to Up and Down is going to be very, very comfortable here, and on the other end we're going to be seeing that Atlas coming through for Asianator. Interesting start. Spark of Resilience, Glass Cannon. I expect a Glass Cannon on the goalies and a lot of resilience. But yeah, it's going to be very dependent on these next two picks from the Fuelheads.
Yeah, and especially that Glass Cannon on Atlas is going to be so good. Just get that that speed boost. But if FP Obsidian can, or if Fuelheads can have that offensive pressure and kind of stack their abilities, constantly resetting those glass cannon stacks, Atlas really isn't going to be able to get full effectiveness out of this. So it's really going to be reliant on the midfield to kind of stop that offensive pressure from happening.
Yep. Well, the draft is complete. We're going to head into game any second now. And what do you think looking at this draft?
I mean, the Aimi X combo could work. X does feel really good on Clarion, especially into what I'm assuming is a Juno goalie, or is that a Kai goalie, do we think?
That is a Kai goalie, 99%.
Okay.
It could be a Juno. Like I wouldn't like put it past equal equations, but I think that's a Kai.
It's like Kai feels like a more comfortable pick. Juno, not bad, but I think Kai is the better goalie pick here. But if that X can move forward, especially X kind of notorious for scaling, so if FP Obsidian can get that damage output, that Kai on that low base stagger might be able to put like a lot of pressure on the goalie.
Yeah. It looks like we're going to be heading into game now. So we'll see what happens here.
This is kind of interesting. If on the Kai goalie, like Glass would work great, more speed, more power. But do you take the stagger to kind of counteract the fact that X and Aimi are going to be dishing out a pretty good amount of damage?
Yeah, that could help. Equal equations on the Juno goalie. Okay.
Oh,
I'm very, very interested to see that, because Glass Cannon is an amazing starter for the Juno goalie. The additional power and the speed are both incredibly helpful and help in hitting a lot of those core speed thresholds.
Yeah, and especially on some of these Clarion variants, though, that Juno primary, Juno ult, going to be, I think, really good at denying Obsidian from finding those clears, and Abelbo's just kind of sitting it back in, really helping Fuelheads keep that offensive pressure going.
Yep, we will have to see how it goes. Equal equations with that power is going to be, of course, speeding it up and down, looking very comfortable on the Kazan here, and dominated game 1 with it. Might be a repeat of that, or maybe Yoshi and Dave will be able to put on enough damage.
Yeah, but up and down kind of get that corner, just really just trying to find that level 2 so you can get that Kazan ult and getting those form switches and getting to that open form for some actual damage potential.
Yeah, Zenith now trying to find an early goal here. Pass down to up and down, and the early Immobile Atlas falls a victim to it in the end. The Fuelheads first on the board here.
Yep, and finding that top pocket, and like you said, Asianator just not having enough glass cannon stacks to reach it. But even then, it was so tight up top, for up and down shot there. I think only an Atlas primary would have been able to catch that.
Yep, Asianator flip available this time, so we'll be a little less vulnerable to a lot of the defensive plays. Equal equations, look at that. The core speed already activated for the Juno.
Yeah, and this kind of bumper car map I love this variant as a forward. I hate it as a goalie. There's just so many angles once they kind of get into your goal box that they could bounce it from. They can go for the straight shot, and up and down in Zenith again with good coverage, but Asianator are able to send it clear, but equal equations finding it at the midfield, sending it to up and down, and just outside of Asianator's reach, and Dave not able to get to it in time.
Very, very well played by the Fuelheads, keeping the core contained a lot of the time, giving Equal Equations very safe opportunities to rush forwards, but there's a damage, there's a knockback. That's what we're talking about for FP Obsidian.
Yeah, and with not a stagger swagger start, not really an open map, they might be able to go into this damage comp that it seems like they really want to happen. And Zyoshi finding that KO early is a good sign, but again, I just don't think there's enough damage coming out right now for that to really come into play. So it's really going to come down to the
okay,
you know what?
Cast a curse. Yeah, I mean, they got it done. Yoshi, a brawler, and really, really getting it done in the top corner, but they still need to capitalize here. The open net is a place where Juno goalie can defend with the jump, with the primary, so that is something they have to be very, very aware of. They cannot think that the point is already over, because scoring is still a challenge here. Dave continuing to maintain possession on the top side. Zyoshi looking massive, but the bell ringer not enough to get the goal here. And up and down continuing to put on the offense here to spin around, but the save made by Asianator. The core speed picking up in overtime. Almost an own goal off the terrain as Equal Equations continues to send it away. The Slime's chasing for the moment. Zyoshi waiting for an opportunity to pounce on the core, but waiting for quite a while as the core is being kept by up and down. The barrier taken as well. The goal almost scored, and FP Obsidian in so much trouble here.
Yeah, and Equal Equations with a Juno jump able to find that second barrier and kind of help out on the offense. And like you said, Juno not really too nervous in an open goal with the primary, the secondary, just dropping those blobos for good coverage. It's just going to mean that Zenith and up and down don't have to worry about falling back as much as we did, as much as we saw on the Oni's game, so they can really help maintain that offensive positioning. But Yoshi with that X Maximus able to get it outside of Equal Equation strike range and send it to that bottom corner to put a point up on the board for FP Obsidian.
Very well placed by Zyoshi, especially because Equal Equations was massive, right? Had the center orb of Project Maelstrom, so did have a lot of coverage with the strike, but the placement from Zyoshi still managed to send it around. Caught Equal Equations a little greeting there, not jumping for the save. And with flip available, it's going to be a huge opportunity for Zyoshi and FP Obsidian.
Yeah, but I kind of wonder if Ziyoshi's going to try to use this flip for a KO, like a bull rush or maybe even a bell ringer into a flip KO. But with Equal Equations on this Juno in the goal box, it's even when they have the striker advantage, I feel like they are going to struggle to kind of get it through this defensive wall of Juno and Kai.
Definitely not going to be easy here. Up and down to the bottom corner. Equal Equations has to eject back there. A bit of an awkward play, but the slime will send it forward nonetheless. Up and down, so many angles available, but can't strike war the primary quite well enough. The top spin keeping it locked down, and Asianator the wrong side of the expanse on that one, and the Fuelheads will continue their lead.
Yeah, and up and down, able to strike it just enough to get it to the backside of that Atlas expanse, and up and down rewarded. Ooh, I think take size, especially that recovery drone with how much damage that FP Obsidian could scale into, kind of giving that one freebie revive could come into play and could make a huge difference at a key moment.
Yeah, and that Super Surge pickup is amazing as well, right? Denies it away from the IME, and it gives the dash range to the Juno. So that's a bit of a 2-for-1 for Equal Equations, who is going to be a lot more confident on those jumps forwards with that range.
And kind of an unfortunate draft for Zyoshi. Does pick up the size, but I'm pretty sure all the size awakenings were there, so there's no more left to get. But Stinger also in that draft, and meaning X is not gonna be able to do that, like that kind of chip damage, but Zyoshi putting that extra size to good use, taking that Blobbo and sending to that top corner to get the first point on the board in the second set.
Yeah, and I think we're starting to see a little bit of a habit from Equal Equations. You saw the instant eject back on the defense. A lot of the value in eject button is being able to stay out there, and we got to see that more from Equal Equations, because if that doesn't happen, that means Yoshi's going to get a lot of easy offensive pushes forward. By ejecting back, you're giving up that space, and oftentimes you can get another strikeout.
Yeah, and that eject button timer, I feel like, is a lot longer than what most people think it is. It's what, just a little over 3 seconds? It's like 3.2, but a good amount of time to like actually help offensively rather than just trying to get like a jump strike.
And not just that, but also on the defense as well. With a lot of the bounces towards the walls, you can stay out there and get another strike in where the defense doesn't expect it. But forget about eject button. It's all about the defense here as Equal Equations gets it done. Good weight, good primary to keep the possession in the hands of the Fuelheads. But now in a tough spot, the barrier taken, and up and down, and Zenith are going to have to play keep away here. But Zyoshi win the strike wars. Dave sending it forward. Asianator has to be very careful here on these bounces. Dave to Zyoshi perhaps. The Firewall Sentry getting it through, but Zenith wins the strike war. Up to Zyoshi once more, but the strike's not quite there. One more chance with the bell ringer, and the strike war by Dave will be won. FP Obsidian taking a massive lead in set 2.
And great coverage in the midfield by Dave, just kind of giving Zyoshi attempt after attempt to kind of make that shot. And then finally just blinking in there, catching the clear and winning the strike war to make that point happen.
Yeah. Oh no, Zyoshi overcommitting to the top side, getting top spinned off, means that this power play could be massive for the Fuelheads here. A flip away, Zenith taking the barrier, perfectly played by the midfielder of the Fuelheads. Equal Equations to Zenith, trying to get it past Dave, who has more than enough defense, especially with expanding the center. Zyoshi almost taken out the second time, but barely surviving, and the glitch pop's perfect from Dave. FP Obsidian turning this one around, but the strike resets not quite there from Zyoshi. There again on the ending of the X Maximus, strike reset coming through for Zyoshi. Yoshi 64, a good jump by Equal Equations to keep the point very possible, but that was fantastic on the barrier take.
Yeah, and Asianator doing a great job pushing forward to that midfield when that center expanse does come out, meaning that midfield just compresses, allowing them to just like basically become the wall and helping keep that offensive pressure, get those barriers down. And Dave once again hopping in, using that flip and securing the set, and we are now 1-1 going into the second draft here.
1-1 heading into the second draft, and this is a scary one. Thomas Grader available for the IME for that special, but it is the stacks on stacks being picked up instead, valuing the speed here. Rapid fire on the Juno goalie is going to give a lot of utility and offensive and defensive power here. Twin drive denied away from the Atlas as well. This is a really awkward draft for the X though. There's really not anything good left, and the same can be said about the Kai as well.
Yeah, it's like twin drive for an extra bull rush would have been nice, and to deny Kazan just more of those dashing, but then you're also denying Asianator. It's like Zyoshi kind of getting like denied with a bunch of these like drafting options, but Asianator committing a little too far forward and losing that first barrier.
Very, very lucky that it wasn't a double barrier take there. It almost was pixels away. Asianator and Zeyoshi now trying to push forward into the bottom corner, and Dave is getting it done. The stacks on stacks being built up. The longer it goes, the stronger this IME is, and Zeyoshi to the top side, right between Zenith and Equal Equations, will take the first goal.
Yeah, and Dave and Zeyoshi like really like finding the rhythm, like working together as a very cohesive unit, and Dave really providing this excellent midfield support for Zeyoshi, and Zenith and up and down on these Clarion variants just doesn't seem like they can like find the rhythm and find their offensive plays that they've been able to do the past 2 games.
Yeah, flipping it out as Asianator, good angle to get it around the top spin there. Flip out from Dave off of the center. Not quite the angle they were looking for, but they will make the saves regardless. But up and down with the hook strike. Gets it done once again. The net open. Dangerous spot here, but Zeyoshi catches the core with the big strike box and a jump forward. Equal Equations looking for the insta flip, a little bit off on the angle though. That would have been such a fantastic moment if it had connected.
Yeah, and Zeyoshi trying to get the bull rush into the flip, but does not connect with either. Burns the flip. And a beautiful stall for Equal Equation on that Blobbo. Asianator wasting the strike, and the Blobbo just sends it to the top corner.
Yeah, really judging the angle very well there is Equal Equations, getting the no-hit Juno Slime angle. Asianator expecting the projectile to hit the core, but it didn't. It was just the creation part, and that stall, like you mentioned, made the difference here. It's 1-1, and it feels like the Fuel Heads, they don't quite have control of the game, but they're the team of opportunities, which is the opposite of last game.
Yeah, like, it seemed like it's like the entire flow of not just like these games, but this entire series has gone like shifted from one team to the other. Fuel Heads just showing like so much dominance that first game and at the start of that Oni Village match, but towards the later half of Oni Village, Obsidian like finding the rhythm, getting these offensive plays, and now this game, it just seems like FP Obsidian is just has every answer in the book for Fuel Heads, and Fuel Heads just not able to like get anything going, any team plays that they were doing so well early on in the series.
Yeah, I think it might be a little truth to their name. I think they're running out of fuel right now because we saw a massive miss strike from up and down, and we saw a lot of the shakiness at the end of the previous game. The endurance, the miles per gallon, a little bit too high, I think, and the tank is running empty. But maybe not, as up and down finds a hook strike, and suddenly it's all even again.
Yeah, up and down, perfectly knowing how to play this Kazan, flips it and use that crooked leverage to really throw off Dave and Asianator, and tying it up here onto this goo variant. A lot of damage could be coming out, and this variant I think does put Obsidian in a good advantage. But up and down in Zenith, maybe getting some fuel, maybe they stopped for a refuel, and now they have this offensive pressure going again and just taking both barriers and up and down, low on stagger, but not giving up this offensive pressure, really trying to make something happen. An Equal Equation jumping in to catch the clear, sends it down, and Fuel Heads, they are not out. They are up 2-1.
Equal Equations gets it done, and a big opportunity for a big awakening now. And plenty of options on the board. My eyes are on the Deadeye, the Prime Time. Also an amazing choice for the additional utility here. And taking away from the Atlas is always good. But with that double pick, it's not like FP Obsidian is too sad about this either. Deadeye on the IME for a lot more damage and knockback and Among Titans to buff up the X even more while giving Asianator much needed mobility. I'm really liking how it's going for them.
Yeah, an extra special on the X, that's going to be a lot more X Maximus. They can use it for dishing out some more damage or a lot of strike resets to kind of call out Equal Equations and winning these strike wars.
Yeah, well, we'll see what happens, but Zenith continues being consistent here. Plenty of speed to work with, plenty of survivability in this game because of the start, and Zeyoshi's going to be outmaneuvered a little bit here, so that X is going to have to really play the positioning game.
Yeah, it's like and that is not the positioning, like just too close to the edge, kind of hovering that vent and up and down, just calling them out with that top spin. But can Equal Equations, Zenith up and down, make this power play happen? And Dave looking a little low, but luckily Asianator with that Celestial Intervention healing them right back up just in time for Zyoshi to come back online.
Big opportunity for FP Obsidian, as Dave is the one who was brought low this time. Strikes coming out from Zyoshi. Yoshi was looking very, very massive. Doesn't quite get to use the strike reset on the ending of that ability. Both extra special is going to have a lot more opportunities. And Dave catches the goalie leaping forwards. That's a double KO. That's a barrier down. That's the goal inevitable if they get one more bounce. And what a crazy goal by Zyoshi Yoshi 64.
Just a beautiful like double KO. Just Equal Equations kind of overcommitting to that, jumping Juno into that edge and just that double KO, and FP Obsidian just taking full advantage of that perfect striker advantage.
Yeah, they need more of that, and they'll be on the way to a very comfortable comeback. We'll see what happens here. Dave and Zyoshi pushing forward. Flip available now, but the slime and barrage will interrupt it. But Zyoshi and Dave on the follow-up once again, trying to get some damage onto up and down, and it is looking very good for FP Obsidian to turn around the momentum shift. Last point, I think, gave them some new energy here.
Yeah, and they kind of have to keep this energy. They can't start like running on empty again, and hopefully it was just a side effect of that Oni village map, and now they're like re-energized and they can keep this going, because if they start panicking, if they start fumbling, Zyoshi and Dave are going to take advantage of that right then and there. Equal Equations kind of holding onto that flip maybe a little too long, maybe could have saved it, but Zyoshi calling it out and 1 point away from taking a second set.
Yeah, one barrier already taken here, just tanking the barrage, hitting at the perfect moment after it contacts the X here. Equal Equations trying to find the bottom barrier, but amazing defense by Asianator and Dave. 0 barriers earned by the Fuel Heads on that attempt here, and the center not expanding in time. Asianator with a late strike, but it's okay because there's still a barrier standing for both teams here. Zenith, the one who could be the difference maker, who pushes forward, but so far it's looking a little bit awkward.
Yeah, and Asianator's using that flip, trying to find the clear up and down, and Zenith kind of doing that great coverage we've seen so much. Zenith with that flip, now that is a wide open goal and a striker advantage. This is it. Fuel Heads, can you get up on the point? And yes, you can. Flip past up and down, sends it right past Asianator, not able to react in time.
It's a little bit awkward because FP Obsidian, they had a great resurgence, but it's still 2 points from Fuel Heads taking it all here. Very, very dangerous situation for FP Obsidian to be in. They need to keep the momentum going. They need to keep Zyoshi on the offense. But right now, up and down, Equal Equations overloading the top corner and finding a lot. But the barrier's traded on the other side. The flip wasted from Dave, though, might be what impacts the game a little bit more.
Yeah, but this is the goo variant, and Zyoshi with that Castle Ass extra special X. As soon as a little bit of damage starts coming down, they'll be able to take advantage, either get him stuck in that goo or find a KO. But it is Dave that is staggered and trying to like just stay alive, while Zenith and up and down just maintaining that core control on the offense, like we've seen so like early on in this series, and they're finding their rhythm back. But it does get cleared over to the side of Fuel Heads, and Zenith now running low. Zyoshi trying to hunt, trying to find that KO, trying to get them stuck in the goo, and just trying to get something happening so they can get that offensive play going of their own.
Equal Equations almost finds it here. Dave also, but the barrier still not taken. The rebound, the slimes, Equal Equations keeping it locked down, and the flip away. Flip to the bottom corner. Asianator makes a save. FP Obsidian, they really need this point. They want to avoid going to that 0.5 here, putting on that additional level of stress, but it's going to be so difficult to get it around up and down, who has so much speed. The slimes, good strike timing by Asianator to get it out of there, but they still don't find the barrier. Finally, it gets out of Equal Equations' reach. The flip available for Dave. The patience, but up and down has the coverage. And now Zyoshi needs to be the hero. The bull rush, but the slime deflects it, bounce to the top corner, and now Dave's in danger. So much core speed now. The Atlas primary, Equal Equations doesn't catch up to the core. Deja vu from the Fini game from Asianator.
Asianator, beautiful Atlas primary, kind of catching it on that angle. And yeah, Equal Equations just out of position, not able to answer. And now we are going to set 5. And I don't know, I think this is where FP Obsidian can really scale. They have the missile prop that could go on the IME. They opt for the 1-2 punch. A lot of damage could come out, and we might be seeing Zyoshi finding some more staggers, if not confirming those KOs.
I really like how they navigated the draft. 1-2 punch on the Imi to deny the Juno, and also a great awakening on the Imi in this situation, and also leaving missile prop up for the Atlas later down the line. That's exactly what I thought, and I really hope that they went that line, and they did. Extra special cast last, specialized on Zyoshi as well, is such a massive win condition. Of course, you can't forget about Up and Down, though, who has 3 sparks, so everyone is all scaled up, and we'll see what happens in the end. So far, though, both barriers are already taken, but I think Dave and Zyoshi not going to have trouble taking both on the other end, and they do. And Zyoshi just so massive with the X Maximus, and that guy's going to have it again next point.
Yes, this X Maximus doing so much work. That cast last, you're going to be able to get one more punch out of it. Extra special, reduce that cooldown, get at the top of every set. Specialized training, going to get some core speed, going to dish out some damage. And like we saw there, once they get one barrier, pop X Maximus, and they just win Strike War after Strike War with how much size this X can get here.
Yeah, Dave to the bottom side. Zyoshi in position. The X Maximus popped, but this time the keep away game is played by the Fuel Heads quite well. But Zyoshi still in the mix, still has the flip, still has the potential to accelerate the offense here. And we'll see if they can indeed do it. A lot of damage put onto Zenith, a knockback at the very least, and it gets around equal equations. 2 barriers taken. No! The second barrier is defended by Zenith at equal equations. Incredible against the bull rush of Zyoshi.
That was an insane layer striking, able to get it out of that flipped bull rush. Like, just, again, Zenith having such good chemistry with not only Up and Down, we've been talking so much about offensively, but helping equal equations on these defensive plays right now. But is one barrier, and each team kind of struggling to find this last barrier to make something happen, and the core just going back and forth on his bumper ball map.
It's so explosive, and speaking of explosive, equal equations jumping across the entire map. The net opened up here, big opportunity for the Fuel Heads, flip available, and the coverage by Up and Down to tie this game up.
Yeah, just kind of just a rock and a hard place for Asianator right there. Do you send it to Zenith, who has flip in the bottom, or Up and Down, who perfectly times that top spin and confirms that goal in 1-1 set 5? Just these teams are just, no one is giving an inch.
Okay, well, Dave should have evaded that. That guy gave a few inches there, unfortunately. As Up and Down will be happy, finds both barriers, equal equations, looking massive, flip available, an own barrier, and Zyoshi can keep it contained. That's huge. And Zenith, oh, Asianator can't hit perpendicularly in time. It's a really hard clear to make, and Zenith will capitalize.
Yeah, that Kai Barrage running right towards you that close, it's hard to time it out, and Zenith does use the evade to prevent themselves from getting hit from it, but not able to find the clear through it.
It's really counterintuitive because you need to run towards the Kai Barrage to make it easier to clear, so you could body block enough pellets and then get timing on the strike forwards. So it's definitely something that's hard to do consistently. Asian are not getting it that time. But speaking of consistency, Dave getting it done once again. Strike War win after Strike War win. Zyoshi the same on the other end. And if they can get it past without losing their barrier, we're headed to a 0.5. But that's the X going down. That's the center bounce being used. That's FP Obsidian on the back foot now.
Yeah, but Dave really trying to control this midfield, using that blink to just kind of keep the offensive pressure going, but not able to stall out enough. Zyoshi comes in just in time, but not able to save the barrier. It's a full open on both sides. That central astral expansion happening, and now it is Obsidian with his offensive pressure. KO on the goalie. Zyoshi, can you make it happen? Dave with the flip. Goes up, waits out the barrage, sends it to the corner, and Zyoshi, perfectly timed strike, catching out Up and Down, trying to clear it down, and send it to the corner, and we are set 5.5.
Set 5.5. It all comes down to this variant, which is so explosive in the damage department. Dave and Zyoshi, though, burning cooldowns early, equal equations. That's a Juno that's already used the jump here. But Zenith and Up and Down, they explode onto the bottom side. They almost get 2 barriers. Good defense by Asianator and Dave. But that was a huge opportunity that FP Obsidian can't afford to give on a 0.5 like this. The Firewall Sentry, so much damage onto Zenith. If they can take out the Kai, the game is as good as won. But Zenith staying alive just barely here. The regen stop for now. The flip available for Zyoshi. The Bell Ringer used. But the keep away game from equal equations is looking good. Zenith has the flip available as well, and they flip late. That's a barrier taken.Zyoshi's got to use it soon before they lose the entire game. Pass out to Up and Down, and the Fuel Heads will close it out.
That all, like, FP Obsidian, that was the variant for set 5.5. I think that was the variant for them to take it on, and just a few misplays, not able to save those barriers, and then just some beautiful patience on the side of Fuel Heads, waiting out that astral expansion, waiting out flips in Strike Wars, and a beautiful top pass to the bottom and up and down, sending it in, and Fuel Heads take this after. I think the last two games were set 5 or set 5 at least.
Yeah, the last two games were set 5.5.
But man, FP Obsidian putting up a good fight, but I think you might have been right. I think after that Oni game, Fuelheads was kind of like running out of steam, but halfway through that final game, they got that resurgence, that revitalization, that energy to push forward, and they started playing so much better than we had seen in that second half of this series. Just beautiful passes, beautiful synergy with the defensive strike layering and a lot of those offensive passing plays, and really working together on that very last set where it needed to happen.
Yeah, well, with that, we're going to be right back. We're going to see Fuel Heads versus the Momono Enjoyers in just a little bit. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. We'll see you soon. Hello everyone, we're back with some more ISS finale. We're in the penultimate series here, and it was the Momono Enjoyers versus the Fuel Heads. Hi P-Flare, how you doing today?
I'm doing all right. Been a wild week, but I am looking forward to this finale time.
Yeah, and we're headed to night market. The draft is already available, and it's going to be interesting here. We're going to see Estelle and Zentaro on one side for the forward duo. We're going to see, actually, I'm not sure on the Fuel Heads. It could be, no, it's probably, it's an Aimee goalie. It's a Now and Rasmus on the forward department. And we saw Zenith in particular excel on this Now midfield so much in the previous series. We might see it again here too.
Yeah, I was watching that series, and Zenith was beasting. And also, honestly, I feel like Equal Equations is doing great in the net too. But you know that obviously you can't look past Kirikin, you can't look past Blank. So this one's gonna be fun to watch.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be quite interesting here as up and down. The one opter towards that SI's awakening at the very start instead of the rapid fire. It's going to be interesting to watch as there's going to be plenty of primaries flying across the screen. Equal Equations already having to use that firewall sentry on the defense. And importantly, I'm liking the strike war interactions coming out of Momono Enjoyers. It feels like they're pressing forward very confidently.
Yeah, for sure. It feels like they kind of have a game plan. They know what they want to do. And right now they're trying to like test the water, see how easy it is going to be to do that. And up and down trying to say, no.
Yeah, up and down puts a stop to that real quick with the primary. And it's a bit of a contentious early game there. I think the one thing that it's always a highlight for the Momono Enjoyers is that they have great individual plays, but the team play is a little bit awkward sometimes. Sometimes they stack a little bit too much on the defense or overload a little bit too much on the offense. But when it comes to individual plays, they are fantastic just like that.
Yeah, like when it works, it works. They're very, I want to say feast or famine team, if that makes sense. When their stuff works, it works. When it doesn't, there tends to be a bit of a breakdown. So we need to see which side the coin lands on today.
Yep. So far, Kurikan and Yuzuna trying to play along this bottom and try to get a snipe in on the core, but Equal Equations making good use of that exact angle on the firewall sentry, playing the Aimee a little bit defensively here. And the flip forward keeps the core in their hands, but the Insane Drums is better from Blank.
Yeah, and up and down just being a menace right up front. He's shooting it up right now. But something that I did notice that I haven't really seen often is the use of the recovery drone. I don't really see that as a take very often.
Yeah, I think people aren't really paying attention to the passive of the recovery drone. It's more about just, it's another size awakening, you know? You don't take both different for the damage. You take it because it's another size awakening. And it's just another size awakening, and Rasmus likes size. But there is Zuna's the one scoring and has the passive strike for the kickoff play.
Yeah, for sure. Like, we all know, like, Rasmus likes that kind of thing. But wow, very quick double. That was nearly ridiculously fast.
That was almost a record-setting goal there. Using the passive strike perfectly is Azuna to the bottom corner now, and up and down taking a lot of damage. Recovery drone might come into play soon.
Yeah, I was actually going to talk about that a little bit. I was like, yes, Rasmus really wants the size, but that recovery drone's passive, it also gives a bit of a psychological edge, and that they may just see him with the recovery drone and go like, I don't want to target them because they're going to just recover anyway. It's not worth, you know, like the time and effort. And that kind of like just stacks because that allows up and down to just play the Rasmus game. If they can get a hold of it. If they can't, that happens.
Kurikan to the top side. Blink Crystal Thorns out of the reach of Equal Equations. That's the individual plays that we're talking about. We saw the barrier take from Mizuno. We saw the solo score from Kurikan. And importantly, keeping the flip available too.
Yeah, very much. It's a lot of very good, like, just patience on their part and being able to use that to secure the goal. Very, very nice, very, very intelligent play, which is, you know, it's sometimes hard to figure out whether you want to save it or not, or whether you want to try and do something to, like, break away.
Yeah, but Kurikan playing the Estelle quite fantastically here. Takes out the goalie in the process. The flip primary looking fantastic. Blank to the top side now, and Azuna trying to chase the core, but taken out in the process. And the power play getting a little bit scuffed here for the Momono enjoyers.
Yeah, but beautiful bank shot. Gets the angle and just kind of slips it past both Zenith and Equal Equations. Very nice.
Momono enjoyers are a team of 3 clip farmers. I mean, they are just going for the crazy angles, the crazy individual plays. And now this draft's a little bit interesting. Heavy impact available, Super Surge available, and Super Surge will be prioritized here, which is interesting because I think that the heavy impact might be more of a focus, but because the aerials is also available here, Dash Awakenings are going to be hard to come by. Wait, all 3 Dash Awakenings are here. Okay, well that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, at that point it was just, you know, take what you want because somebody's otherwise just kind of going to get what they want. I really think both sides kind of got essentially what they wanted, though I am a little bit worried for Momono enjoyers because I feel like Fuelheads with that aerials and that chrono boost and of course Stagger Swagger is just a little bit scarier.
Yeah, and actually, I'm looking back on it, and I feel like it might have been a mistake to take the Super Surge on Azuna because that let the double deny come through. Blank picking up the heavy impact instead of a Dash Awakening, and that lack of speed is really going to come back to bite the Momono enjoyers. You really need that Speed Awakening on the Mako. I feel like that was a misstrap from them.
Yeah, so definitely going to have to see how it plays out, and it looks like it's playing out pretty as expected, though. That was a beautiful last-second save. So, yeah, it's definitely going to have to be a case of Mono enjoyers cannot, at this point, rely on their original game plan, likely or not, and they're going to have to figure out how to adjust and adapt.
Yeah, up and down now in position, making it difficult, and covers the out clear as well, coming out of Blank. A good prediction from the Rasmus, and the Fuelheads getting momentum here.
That's Rasmus for you, really. You cannot hit once against the dude and expect it to clear. It's not happening. He's always got something up his sleeve.
Yeah, it's something that you always have to be aware of here. And up and down with the flip's going to be even more dangerous to deal with. The secondary doesn't quite connect there. A good clear by Blank, but getting a KO with the flip. That's Kurikan going down, and a big power play for the Fuelheads.
Yeah, Kurikan has been something of a playmaker already. This is a very dangerous situation for the enjoyers. They're going to have to, they had to play a little bit tight. They did manage to defend it, so that's good, but they're still a bit in the hole.
Yeah, with that flip, with that KO coming through, Equal Equations up and down, and Zenith all combined to make it a 2-0 lead in this set. The Fuelheads just racing forward and evening up this game pretty much.
Yeah, feels like they're just not afraid to swarm when necessary.
Oh, well, that's crazy. Well, Zenith goes down in the process, but up and down so secures the goal. That barrier take was ridiculous. Blank caught off guard by Zenith's primary, and the Momono enjoyers. That is soul crushing.
Ran that. Fuelheads got that one back pretty fast, I would say, and yikes, a lot of good ones on deck right now.
Yeah, definitely a lot of good awakenings on the board. Stacks on stacks is what I have my eyes on right now. That's a big speed winning condition here for the midfielder. Zenith has been controlling the game and getting that additional speed, getting the timeless on the Aimi as well, and leaving the Estelle with only Adrenaline Rush left. Like, they're in so much trouble, the Momono enjoyers.
Yeah, I almost would say, I would have taken... Would I have taken the other one? Not one, but fight the belt over Ad Rush in this case, because Kurikan has been getting a couple of KOs, but I suppose that would Ad Rush does that same thing. So
yeah, and Adrenaline Rush does have the 1 second shave off of the cooldown, so it is fine, as Azuna does make it happen on the top side as well. As an overall cooldown awakening, it's not the worst in the world, so it's not all lost here, as they're still going to find a little bit of value, and importantly, build up a lot of meter relative to Fuelheads. Look at that energy advantage.
Yeah, you're right. They've got they will have flips ready to go, so they're going to have to use those very smartly, and You said they were clip farmers. Well, they're gonna have to make some clip-worthy plays happen if they want to kind of like dig themselves a little bit out of this hole. Not like that though.
Yeah, that bounce backwards is an own barrier and not the type of flip they want to see. And a little bit unfortunate there for the Momono Enjoyers to try to push forward, but they're not really finding purchase. They're not finding good shots on goal.
No, they did manage to take that barrier and second barrier. Okay, so might be eating her words here.
My bad. A bit of a caster curse. Instant effectiveness. Not even any like charge up time. What a shot by Blank on the follow up with the missile prop primary. Oh wow! I mean, it took no time at all.
Okay, we kind of eating our words a little bit here. Momono Enjoyer saying, no, look at the score. We 2 up. We ain't out of this. What you talking about?
The moment you start doubting them, they start making some clips happen. And the moment you start expecting the clips, they start making very interesting plays on the other end. And as I'm saying that, their fortunes have changed up and down in position to the bottom corner. A fantastic primary after the dribble on the bottom wall to secure it. And flip available as well on this Rasmus. The Fuelheads in a very solid spot here.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a slugfest if I'm being real. Not necessarily in terms of KOs, though there have been a good number of those. Find out just of how aggressive both teams are being, in my opinion. They've just been looking like they're getting in each other's face really hard.
Yeah, the aggression coming through from Azuna, now trying to nullify the flip. Good weight by equal equations, and Kurikan also in a little bit of trouble. Zenith and Up and Down have a ton of meter available. Those flips could define this set, but Zenith taking way too much damage right now. I think Izu could go for a KO here.
I almost want to say Izu tried to flip kill, but got the kill anyway. So yeah, there you go. Very, very scary situation, but they are doing their best to try and hold the core to the midfield. Even got a barrier.
Yeah, got the second barrier as well. Good patience from Up and Down, looking to close out this goal. Good strikes from Blink and Kurikan. Keep it away, and now Izu in position. Has the Oni's blade to the top side, but equal equations waits a little bit on the strike, but Zenith's down once again. The now is just too squishy.
Yeah, they do not want them to play. Like, they do not want that now to play. I don't blame them, but they still have to try and make something happen. Like, this is more of that, that whole team aspect that's been going on. They've been holding very well, and as soon as I say that, I caster curse them, and they lose the barrier.
Yeah, the defense coming through from the Momono Enjoyers. Kurikan coordinating, trying to get damage onto Up and Down, who dodges away. Now Izu with the flip available, the strike shot back, but Izu can't get the core. They need to get it to the Zentaro, or else they're not going to get any value here.
Yeah, they nearly managed to get something going with Up and Down on beautiful deflection. Up and Down is trying very hard on these shots, but the defense is holding so far.
Good patience by Zenith, but Blank snipes it away. And now another opportunity for Up and Down. Pass forward, Kurikan on the defense. This time, Up and Down going towards the bottom side so consistently. Izu doesn't get the shot, doesn't get the redirect. And now a flip available for Blank. Hits off the bottom wall. A flip available to Zenith. Pass up to Up and Down, but Blank reads the attempt. Oni's blade available now, but equal equations hits it away. The defense looking solid from both goalies as Blank stalls it out. The core speed available now, and Izu can't interrupt. This Zentaro is not getting any opportunities here as the flips available. Equal equations. Kurikan has the coverage, and Blank does as well. It goes around the world and drifts slowly into the goal. Great defense by Blank and Kurikan to hold on.
That was incredible! Blank Kurikan playing like a master, playing like absolute masters out there, and equal equations just too far up the net. Just was desperately trying to fling like those pops. Was trying to keep the core up, but was kept edging up closer and closer, trying to make sure they had a good bead on the core. And before they knew it, they was just a little bit too far, and it allowed Blank to just like hit it, like you said, around the world, let it go in. Amazing.
And Twin Drive falling down to Blank as well is fantastic. That is great, but the Monumentalist doesn't fall in the end to Zenith, who's going to have a lot more reach. And although Monumentalist is not the top one Awakening it used to be, it is still very, very nice on Zenith here.
Oh yeah, Manu now used to be a meme for how scary she was. Now Manu now is still scary, just not quite like the impossible threat that she used to be, but still very much a threat. So watch yourselves out there. On the other hand, like you said, Izu got those 2 sparks, so that's more damage coming out. Hopefully they can keep that whole now doesn't get to play the game rule going on.
Yeah, that is definitely the target in their minds right now. If they can target down Zenith, the game gets so much easier here. Equal equations, dashing forward, up and down with the follow-up past the ensnared drums. And the Fuelheads looking more coordinated than ever, but the question is, can they secure the goal in the very end of it all? As Blank continues to defend, the twin drive value coming through, and Blank sitting comfortably in the net so far, up and down, looking for a mix-up play, but that's the recovery drone pop, that's Izu pushing forward, that's the barrier take, and that's Momono Enjoyers exploding onto the offense, exploding the goalie as well.
Core goes forward, Izu says to Core, Kirikin says, homie, I see there's somebody in your way. I got you. Pop. Downtown snipe. Beautiful.
Yeah, and that's the type of coordination the Momono Enjoyers do. They don't got the clean passing plays, but they do have, both of them are aiming at the same target, and eventually it works out type of coordination.
Yeah, very quick to take advantage of a situation. That's what opportunists. That's the word, I believe. They're very good at seeing opportunities and trying to capitalize on those. But right now, it is Fuelheads who see an opportunity.
Oh, and Zenith dribbles around the flip as well. Equal equation with the coverage. Glitch pop. Fantastic plays by all 3 members there to keep the core contained.
Beautiful like coordination there. Beautiful shots. Just manages to kind of like dribble it around the goalie, kind of shook him out their shoes a little bit.
Oh, but there's the damage we've been talking about. Zenith with no evades available is the target well and truly. Heals up just a bit though, and gets the orb as well. To now surviving for just enough time. And a very ambitious flip from Blank means the defensive resources are dwindling for the Momono Enjoyers.
Yeah, kind of a rough choice for that flip. I feel like maybe thought that core was going to go faster than it ended up being. But let's see if they can hold on, try and get that back. They do have something in the tank very clearly, but they're going to need to hold on.
Yeah. Oh no, Kurikin! That's the bad habit. I actually coached Kurikin recently, and that's what we kind of focused on a little bit. The feeling that you have to do everything yourself, so you get out of position right there at the top of the net wide open because the blink downwards. That's something that you gotta really pay attention to. You gotta take away those low elo solo queue urges from yourself, you know?
Yeah, that whole like you said, like that whole I have to be the playmaker. I have to be the star because if I don't, who will? That's not a thing that flies up in here. You gotta play. You gotta try and play as a unit. Like that's how they've been getting their success really already. Momono Enjoyers, even if it's a bit, incidentally, they have been like occasionally like playing at a unit and causing great stuff to happen. They just need to find a way to keep that consistent.
Yeah, and I think Kurikin realized that too. Kind of took a moment to recenter at the start of this point, and the results are showing. The coordination is there. Kurikin desperately trying to get the KO, maybe a little bit too focused on the game plan right now, and oh, it just goes barely wide, and up and down surviving here is huge for the side of the Fuelheads, but not if Izu can put enough pressure down. Blank with a good clear away from up and down as well, and the offense continues.
Yeah, it's just a lot of low health bars, and Blank doing their absolute darndest to keep it safe. What the hell?
That was an own goal. Not like this. Blank gets it done a little bit too well. Hits it in the forward direction. And Night Market terrain fights back.
That was so wild. My game froze. My game froze on the score.
Is it back?
Wait, I think. Hold on. Let me try and get back in here.
All right.
I do not want to miss this.
Well, I'll talk about the draft in the meantime. It is that first pick perfect form coming out for the now of Zenith, and that is so devastating. Might of the Colossus denied away, but that's a spark of agility denied away from Izu. Spectrating will be the pickup here to try and superpower the Oni's blade, but that's extra special being allowed to fall down. Maybe those picks should have been swapped a little bit. I feel like Izu kind of giving over that Firewall Sentry power. Prime time, though, is going to be good no matter what on Kurikin. Are you back?
Yeah, no,
okay.
I am afraid not.
It's time for the Discord stream. Bang. Okay. And
right.
while I was doing that, the net's already open. The Momono Enjoyers sparing no time.
Yeesh. That was quick, fast, and in a hurry. Although I do agree, just to touch on it real quick, I'm kind of like surprised he didn't get the spark, but oh well, we ball.
Yeah, it was denied away. It was like a really good choice to deny it away from the fuel heads, because Izu with the spark would have been scary.
Gotcha. But at this point, still pushing on and still pushing forward. Also, I think that was the Momono Enjoyers.
Yeah, well, the Momono Enjoyers, no! They KO the Brawler, they have the power play, but they don't have the defense here. The Momono Enjoyers run out of steam, and the Fuel Heads take the lead.
That is a shame, and that's going to be the death of them. Like, and it's very much, like, Blink has been putting on, like, a great performance when they can, but sometimes there's just a bit of a defensive breakdown, and they get like barriers taken that they really probably shouldn't. Not with the way Blank's performing, not with the way Kirikin's performing, like when they're at the absolute top of their game, you know?
Yeah, up and down, the one performing right now. Second to the bottom side, Zenith threatening the goal as well. Flip available on Zenith. You got to be so careful for the Momono Enjoyers. Flip to the top side, but up and down's not ready for it, and it's Izu who secures the goal past equal equations. The coordination not quite there from the Fuel Heads and Momono Enjoyers. We talked about it before. They feast on those weaknesses.
Yeah. Also, we back.
Oh, you're back? Okay.
So, rocking and rolling. And right now, I feel like it's the Fuel Heads who are rocking and rolling. They feel like they've kind of like gotten a bit of a second wind, even though Mono Enjoyers are trying desperately to take that wind out of them. Still trying to pile on the damage, and it's just not quite... It's not deterring them, I will say that.
Yeah, Kirikin's getting some offensive pressure, but up and down's consistently finding so much offense onto Blank, forcing a lot of these mistakes to happen, because you don't create mistakes without creating a lot of opportunities.
Yeah, no, and just with Zenith backing them up and down, it's just taking full advantage. Just like you said, just constantly in their face, constantly applying pressure, constantly saying like, hey, do you dare to try and clear the core this way? Because I'm just going to like snatch it back, or I'm about to go this way, or am I about to go the other way and redirect the core?
Forget about that, because Izu only needs one chance, one good opportunity where the core is in the Zentaro's hands, and capitalize everything off of it. And 2-1 now. The Momono Enjoyers 1 goal away from taking away this first game.
Yeah, they just need to keep it up, and that's a very good start. Just immediate, no more now. No, stop playing the game.
Yeah, good flip here to delay the inevitable from up and down, but the follow-ups are good from Kirikin. The opportunities found once again by the Momono Enjoyers, but with Zenith back, the star player back, the Fuel Heads are back in it.
Yep, and they immediately make that known, immediately get a barrier. Try to do something with the flip they did, but no dice. It's gonna... They've got to find some way to kind of like break through this horrible offense, and up and down being low, that might be it.
If they can take out up and down, that would be huge, but Zenith is going to have those cooldowns back, be able to keep the Rasmus topped up here. Izu chasing for the KO, perhaps, walking menacingly towards up and down, but Zenith's finding a lot of offense on the other end, and they can't really get the KO here.
Yeah, they're hunting a lot for that KO, and it's not happening, and that's allowing a few breaks and a few opportunities like that.
Set 5.5 approaches here. Zenith with that flip makes it so. A lot of meter on the hands of Izu. But if the Fuel Heads can resist the initial kickoff, I think they have a good shot.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And almost to that point, the Momono Enjoyers cannot let themselves get too tunnel vision, kind of like what was happening last time. See an opportunity, just do your thing and go for it. Absolutely. Like I said earlier, they're good at that, but you can't like over-focus on one to the detriment of the others.
Oh, great save by equal equations, preventing the double perhaps, but still one barrier taken, looking for 2 here. But it is Zenith who clears it away once again. Now a dangerous spot with the drone on the top side. The core speed down to Blank, unable to find it, but up and down with the delayed strike will take the barrier. Very even game so far, up and down. One strike will win, will lopside the situation here. As now it's Izu in position, a ton of damage down. Core in the hands of the Zentaro once again, but the barrier still not taken. Kirikin finds it though with the piercing shot, the flip available. Kirikin could be the hero here, and continues to keep the core in the hands, but up and down flip available as well. The barrier trying to be accelerated, flip away from Blank, and Kirikin so much core speed, still not using the flip though.
Yeah, was moving absolute sonic speed, still couldn't find anything. Izu hanging on by a wing and a prayer here. And this is a not anymore, very scary situation. Kirikin and Blank have to hold down the fort until Izu can get back. And you know they're going to, like, push this one.
Oh, what a shot by Blank off the center terrain. Momono Enjoyers, despite the power play, they will continue their offense and they will succeed in this first game.
Blank with some miracle plays out here, both on defense and on offense. Pretty incredible, I have to say. Blank and Kirikin, honestly, I think this was just one of those games where it all worked out for them. They had flashes of moments where they played as a team, but they all played individually, like, incredible, kind of like we were saying earlier. Do you think?
Yeah, I would have to agree. It really came together in a big way in this game, but it was still set 5.5, right? It was not a convincing game for either team.
Yeah, no, like, Zenith absolutely showed how scary they were when they were allowed to play. And honestly, having a team decide, no, you don't get to play, that's as much of a, like, mark of skill as anything else. Like, saying that this person is too good, we cannot let them run their game on us. Equal Equations doing some great things in the net, up and down, just scary, scary, scary. Just watch those glasses shine as he walks towards you.
Yep. But we're heading to game 2. It's Atlas's Lab up next, and the game's going to be a little bit different, I feel like. Any picks that you saw this game that you'd like to see in the next, or that you'd not like to see in the next one?
What I liked, honestly, was I liked Kirikin. I actually liked the Estelle. It was very good placement, very good shots. I think Kirikin was piloting her pretty darn effectively. Similarly, Equal Equations, I really liked what they were doing with the Aimi. Very impressive. As for who I would not say just outright, oddly enough, Zenith. And not because I think they played badly. I just think on the now, too big of a target. You got to make yourself a little bit less unassuming there. I mean, a little bit more unassuming there. I think Zenith was just too big of a threat, too big, too scary, and they was like, that's too much for us. Just don't let them play. You got to kind of think psychologically at this point. You know what I'm saying? You got to kind of try and win at the character select.
Speaking of character select, that's on your screen right now. The Fuel Heads recognizing Azuna is too much of a problem, taking away the Zentaro here. And on the other hand, the Momono Enjoyers on the Monumental start will probably take away the Now, and yes, that is indeed the case, preventing Zenith from getting that power pick.
Right, so there you go. I'm expecting to hear some more drums, put it that way. I'm expecting...
Wow, you're right. There's the Mako.
Yep.
But yeah, I do agree that there's going to be a lot of the same. I did like the Estelle from Kirikin. I think you did too. And on the other hand, the Fuel Heads opting for Juliet this time. Very, very different from the Rasmus, and we'll see if that is the difference maker here. Also opting for a defensive goalie. Equal Equations not on that eject button anymore.
Nope, not looking like it. So the Juliet pick on Atlas Lab, I can actually respect. Just, you know, like, Juliet's honestly, I feel like a pretty solid pick in general, and just being able to, like, punch around and like knock people into that black hole, maybe even for maybe some cheeky KOs, and just allowing some solid pressure. I like the Juliet pick.
Yeah, the Momono Enjoyers. We'll see if Azuna can get that done on the Juliet instead of the Centauro. And, oh, yeah, well, the Fuel Heads. You know, I think I got confused a little bit into the draft. Maybe I confused you by confusing myself. But, it's a pretty different draft for the Fuel Heads here. And Momono Enjoyers, relatively similar to what worked for them.
Yeah, I am not surprised whatsoever by the Kazan pick. I personally not the biggest fan of Kazan, but that's because he's so doggone swirly. Like, I don't like him because he's good. That's all. It's just a lot, just so much core control, so much redirect potential. Dude's insane in more than one way.
Yeah, it really comes down to the individual playmaking a lot of the time, and Up and Down has looked the most confident on the Kazan. So that is very, very important for this team. We'll see how Zenith does on the Aimi. Very different from the Now, but still one of the staple picks of competitive here. And looks like they're taking a bit of a bathroom break. The Fuelheads have played quite a bit today, and they'll have to play a lot more still. There's a lot of game ahead of them to make it to Grands.
Yeah, they've been running. They've been running for a long time already. And right now, if we're going to talk about something, I would say let's talk a little bit about like the awakenings. You mentioned earlier, we've got built different, we've got Monumentalist. I would not be surprised to see, honestly, most people are just going for like that built different, just for, you know, size is size.
Yeah, that is definitely going to be the case for quite a few players here. The Monumento is going to be very, very comfortable for the Atlas, though, on that expanse. Yeah. And I would not be surprised if everyone else just goes that built different. The bans really were affected, though. The Now being taken away because that Monu is pretty game warping here.
Yeah, for sure. Like, it was very clear. Okay, so we're looking here, and Zenith on the Monumentalist, and so is Blank, actually. Blank with, Momentum Boots. Monumentalist.
Blank's the one that's a little bit more expected here, and it looks like the game is getting started after that small hiccup. Zenith really could have gone either. Built different and Manu both very solid on the IME. Neither of them are like game-changing picks on the IME, but they both help.
Yeah, for sure. So we're just gonna see how they can kind of like fill out these team changes. Izu already looking very low, so something to watch for if they decide that, you know, like Izu's going to be on the receiving end of their own medicine from last game.
Yeah, if they can coordinate the damage, that is definitely a possibility here. And Izu's taking quite the beating from the black hole. A good evade out means that they don't take the cyber swipe as well, but that's already a revive having to be used. Well timed from Blank, but that is a little bit concerning, you know, the damage a bit of a factor here.
Yep, that's exactly what I was worried about. Honestly, they're gonna be trying to outbox Izu, and Juliet's probably gonna be fighting for her life for the majority of this game.
Yeah, good snipe from Kurikan, but even better positioning from Primigo Equations as Kurikan takes a lot of damage as well. The survivability not there for the Momono enjoyers, unfortunately, and that's a barrier take as well. Zenith looking for the dribbles now, top side. Trying to find it to Kurikan. Now it goes backwards, up and down. A little bit of an awkward play as Kurikan snipes it in.
Yeah, honestly, very good. Very impressive. Making full use of that health bar. Best heal is scoring.
Yep, and it is a resource after all. Kurikan, though, going to be in a lot of trouble here. The instant kickoff damage from Zenith. That's the power of the IME. And now the Momono enjoyers are immediately on the back foot.
Yeah, here's the thing, like, health is a resource, but you can still run out of it if you don't have enough of it. So they're still going to have to be careful, as much as I like to extol that little virtue of theirs. And you can see Zenith already trying to like post up and trying to like scare them, especially with Up and Down backing them.
Yeah, and we're seeing a lot of how, I was about to mention how Izzy likes to play around that range, and it's a little bit awkward on the Juliet, but if you get the KO, all is forgiven right now. Pass up to the top side, one barrier taken, looking for two. The Momono enjoyers, they might be down to the point in the barrier count, but they're still looking as confident as ever.
Yeah, like, it doesn't feel like they're down, and so that can be as worrisome as anything else. So still have to be careful, but it doesn't seem like they're in like an immediate threat. But Kazan, that is actually what I have to say about that. Kazan is Kazan.
Yeah, the core control capabilities of Up and Down on this Kazan are such a threat in this open net. Blank expands. Good cyber swipe by Zenith, but it's a little bit off on the angle. And now Zenith on the dribbles. Blank not wasting the strike. Has enough speed with the momentum boots to cover a lot of space here. The back pass now. Top side. The Momono enjoyers not coordinated enough right now. And that puts them a little bit in danger here.
No, yeah. Izu kind of like running back and forth, trying to... Clearly not quite certain if like Blank can get to the core or not, it feels like, and trying to like hedge their bets around the midfield a little bit, which, you know, makes sense, but it also means that they're not in position for offense.
Yeah, and Kurikan kind of tries to strike it through up and down there. Bit of a bad angle to try and strike where a close form Kazan in. And that means at that point, it was looking pretty hopeful for the Mono Enjoyers. It doesn't end up going their way. But the fact that they extended that for that long is impressive in itself.
Yeah, that's positive, as is that very quick KO. Izu said, like, talk to the hand for a little bit. So they need to make something out of this power play. And they do get one barrier. Can they get the second one? Yes, they do.
And now Izu's in position. They need to close this one out. Blank, I think, forgets that they don't have the strike shot there. Kind of backs up on the strike and tries to strike shot it. But the Momentum Boots finding quite a bit of value here. Izu finding the strike away from Equal Equations as well. Good angle on that win there. And Mono Enjoyers, it's not looking like completely solid, you know? Like, just like last game, it's not super dominant by either team, but they're still in the lead, and you're always happier if you're in the lead, you know?
Yeah, like, at the end of it, you gotta try and just, like, fight how you can, get what you can done, and sometimes, you know, that means fighting close in and getting kind of, like, dirty with it.
Yeah, and that's what Kurikan did right there. The flip force out of Equal Equations, the coverage on the piercing shot as well. Perfect flip available. Kurikan, good opportunity, but doesn't choose to use the flip just yet. And now Kurikan gonna get punished for it. You gotta use that flip in those situations. It was a perfect opportunity. And now the Momono Enjoyers, they're the ones who are gonna lose this point most likely as the passing plays come through.
You gotta spend that cash. It is not gonna go with you when you die. Well, sort of. You get the idea.
No, you're right. You're right. That's exactly what happened there. And now they're down in the energy economy. They're down in the lack of advantage here. It is evened up, so they're not down, but it feels like they're down, especially after that KO caught off the edge. But Izuna will return that KO as well, prevent the power play from occurring, and now slowly dribbling the core forward to stall out the respawn timer.
Yep, quick 2-on-2, always likes to slow things down. And that power play gets inverted very fast. Gotta say, like, they are trading blows here. They are slugging it out.
Yeah, but the issue is, when the Momono Enjoyers get a KO, it's a lot more, like, reasonable. When the Momono Enjoyers get KO'd, it kind of feels like they greeted way too hard.
Yeah, it kind of feels like they shouldn't have got... They were like, out of position or something happened that they could have prevented, just like in general. Yeah, I can definitely agree with that and see that happen. So it's going to be up to them to kind of like tighten that up and trying to like fix their positioning. I would say that's really kind of been like their doldrums so far early in this early set. I mean, it's about to wrap up. This is a 2-2, but for next set, definitely just they got to tighten up the positioning. The KOs, they're good.
Yeah, the KOs are very good. They seem to not get randomly KO'd here on the power play. They need to capitalize, but a good hit away from Equal Equations. The center of Black Hole also keeping the core in the hands of the Fuel Heads, but Equal Equations is not quite getting the strike in time, and that's an open net. That's a big opportunity for Izu, who is coming up on a flip here to the top side. Kurikan putting on the pressure, and Izu just needs one more hit, 2 more hits. I lied to get this flip available. 3 more hits, my bad. There we go. And now this flip's available for Izu, looking for the dash punch in, the bounce off the top side right through the firewall sentry. And the Momono Enjoyers will survive a very, very scary first set.
That was a lot of bodies and a lot of skills and a lot of everything, and they really they took hold of that court and they said, "Get in there!" One way or the other, they was pushing it through, but they do get rewarded for it. Rapid fire, that's going to be nice on Estelle. I am looking at either one of those sparks. That's a lot of sparks out at once, and possibly even the recovery drone, honestly.
Yeah, it's size after all, and with this many sparks on the board, you kind of feel bad if you have to take one. Of course, Spark of Focus, not going to be bad at all for a blank, especially if that Spark of Strength is picked up. Yeah, and that's definitely a possibility later down the line. So far, though, I think Momono Enjoyer is going to be quite happy.
Yeah, I think they're going to be like, I think they're going to feel better about that. I will say that, you know, Mako picking up that extra size, and even, like I said, in a game like this, as bloody as it has been, that even then, that KO insurance isn't going to be looked at too askance either. I'm going to be real with you.
Yeah, Equal Equations is no stranger to going down because of the crazy offense of the Momono Enjoyers, so that's definitely going to be a solid pickup when they overload the net with the Estelle Beam, with the Dash Punch, with everything there. And once again, Momono Enjoyers, they find the barriers and they're pushing forward towards the goal.
Yeah, they've been honestly getting some really good like barrier takes, but I think that's just kind of like says to the quality of both their swarming, their offensive playstyle, and really their kit. They can kind of condense on a barrier and kind of force the matter, or like we saw last set, they can do the same to the goal if they, you know, like catch a good position, catch a good break.
Yeah, now the piercing shot forward, it goes wide, but Izu just waiting for one Dash Punch opportunity here. It goes forward, and Dash Punch strikes true to the top corner. 1 point already, and we're seeing the game plan. Eventually, it will find its way to Izu, and eventually that Dash Punch will score the goal.
Yep, exactly what I was saying. And you notice Kirikin had those thorns on backup as well. That's kind of what we're talking about. They just find a way, find a position, and just like, okay, launch everything. We will push this core through, come heck or high water.
Yeah, it is another KO found as well. The damage really a factor here, and they're playing around Zenith, who is no longer on a speed midfielder. That's also a huge factor, right? Zenith can no longer just use that speed to run at people, force those strike interactions. And another KO found. That guy just respawned.
Like, they're not letting them play. So, like, no, we don't like the Kazan. Kazan doesn't get to play. Up and down doesn't get to play. No.
And a little bit of BM from Izu as well, going for another one here, and almost popping the recovery drone. It is looking so devastating here, but if Kirikin goes down, that's also a problem for the Momono Enjoyers.
Yeah, that's a bit of an issue, and they've got to keep that in mind. Like, I understand y'all feeling hot. Y'all definitely feeling hot right now, but don't play with your food. Don't play with your food. Wrap this up. Finish your play.
Oh, you gotta finish your play because Equal Equations finding a snipe like that. And now with the net open, they're in a bit of trouble. If Zenith finds a lucky shot here, that could be everything. And so does Up and Down with the coverage, but that's Zenith going down. That's Kirikin disrupting. And so much core speed available, sends it all the way to the other side, but Up and Down has a chance. Blank and Kirikin need to get out of there.
Ooh, very nice dribble. That was good teamwork. Just very nice dribble. Bounce once, bounce twice. Kirikin lined it up. Pop, ended it. But yeah, you gotta don't let it get that close. Don't let it go that far into overtime. That's what I would say. Like I said, like finish your play.
Yeah, and teamwork coming through on Up and Down once again, almost finding yet another KO, but this time the Kazan survived just barely, and the net opened up. They're in a bit of trouble now with the glitch pop coming in, with the Kazan covering the top side, but the speed isn't quite there. Izu knocking the core right of the strike shot just enough here, and Blank to the top side. Kirikin interrupting once again the glitch pop. Zenith Up and Down, but Izu gets possession, trying to mine away at the ensnared drums and forcing so much pressure onto the barrier. That's a barrier take. That's looking for two barriers already. Kirikin keeping possession with the Blink and has the flip available, but defended away by Equal Equations this time, and Izu also brought incredibly low.
Barely saved it, but saved it they did. Both nets open. Izu looking very dangerously low. Zenith and Kazan, very scary duo in front of your net, and this is honestly their opportunity. Izu down. Yeah,
Izu going down is not good. They don't have that stuffing potential here, and Blank and Kirikin are going to have to flip it out. It looks like the hit stun, though, before the flip can even be used. Well done by the Fuel Heads to keep themselves in this set. But with flip available on Blank, next set's going to be even harder.
Yeah, hopefully they're not going to take that line down, but yeah, just a very, very dangerous duo is like just those two characters, like Kazan and Aimi, just very scary, which is why one of them goes down very fast.
Yeah, the focus was good, and importantly, that's a flip gone as well from Zenith. That is incredibly punishing for the Fuel Heads, and that is amazing for the Momono Enjoyers. The revive also used just in case Kirikin got topspinned off the edge there, and it looks like the Momono Enjoyers are finding quite a good rhythm for themselves.
Yeah, definitely. They are still they are keeping things kind of like aggressive. They are keeping things close, and that was an unfortunate sad boys, but KO is good. They just need to try and find some way to work it out again. Blank moving up. Wow. Yeah, they are feeling hot about themselves, I feel like, right now.
Yeah, and they should be. They are looking poised to take a trip back to the grand finals here. All it takes is one good shot to make a massive lead for themselves. But the glitch pop's good, but it doesn't contact the barrier. A bit of tragedy for the fuel heads as the flip's available for Kurikan. Danger approaches. And if Izu or Kurikan get a good shot, it is looking inevitable.
Yeah. Oh, beautiful follow-up to the shot by Kurikan. Nice Crystal Thorns. Just there goes the set. And yeah, Momono Enjoyers looking like they are in control, in the driver's seat. And looky what they got as a reward. They got a lot of good stuff. Prize fighter, stacks on stacks, aerials, just honestly a lot of good stuff. Stagger swagger even. Heck, take your pick.
Yeah, and Stagger Swagger might fall down. No, Deadeye. I feel like Stagger Swagger would have been a better pickup on the Kurikan there. You have plenty of damage already to prevent. Okay, no one picking up Stagger Swagger. I feel like that's a problem. I feel like that's going to lead to even more damage dealt. The Deadeye finding value now that the Stagger Swagger isn't taken. And
yeah.
That's Zenith going to be in tons of danger. Up and down a Stagger, yes, but I think Momono and Joyce have enough damage to chunk through that.
Yeah, I agree with that too. Also, they had to burn some very fast elusives to avoid that bit of an onslaught. So that kind of tells you the danger that they're already in. But they had a chance. They had a chance to do something to mitigate it, and they're not.
Yep. Well, up and down. Looking like they're trying to do it all right now, because they kind of do. They need to keep it forward, or else Izu and Kurikan are going to collapse on the core. But Kurikan walking forward, finding these strikes, and Izu so much power on the board. Strike wars for the goal, and those prize fighters are going to make those dash punches even more deadly.
Yeah, trying to hit them haymakers now. Very scary. Izu saw the spot, saw him like, you near the core, boom, done. You near the edge, boom, done.
Well, one barrier already taken here. Izu brought low, but those prize fighters are looking very stable when you have an Atlas healing you up.
Oh yeah, for sure. Like that is definitely going to make Izu a lot more heady, a lot more willing to kind of like go in and take risks, like has already really. And beautiful like avoidance. Nearly got Zenith, but didn't quite work.
Yep. Izu and up and down. Trying to fight, but it's Izu coming out on top yet again. And Blank loses track of the core. Zenith trying to make a hero play, but doesn't touch the barrier. And that means Kurikan, Blank, and Izu are the ones in control yet again. Okay, what was that?
Weird back end pass, but okay, whatever. Whatever. It worked out. Just back pass, way to himself, way to the front, and just as decided. Flip. Okay, sure.
203 power. And one very taken awkwardly. Thankfully not both if you're a Momono Enjoyers fan. And another Sad Boys angle. What?
The Sad Boys getting ripped here tonight.
It's a little bit awkward, but I think the Fuel Heads need to capitalize now. It's now or never. As awkward as this is, and up and down will secure it before Blank can get the expanse out. Bit of a goofy point there.
Yeah, sometimes you bumble into an opportunity, sure, but still an opportunity. Take it.
Yeah, this is not looking too great for the Fuel Heads. They need to really find the core control. They need to survive here. And Zenith, no evade available. It means that, okay, gets the evade now, but it is always dangerous when you're against a triple prize fighter stacked Juliet here.
Yeah, every shot Juliet throws at you is quite possibly a knockout, almost a knockout blow at this stage. Like, so you have to kind of be ready to burn those evades, even if you don't want to, if you just want to like survive.
Oh no, that strike's gonna go wide. That's a Momono Enjoyers looking to close out this series. Up and down continues being stable though, finding these opportunities, taking it all the way. 2 barriers taken. Zenith and up and down they capitalize on the Momono Enjoyers slowing down. It's not a victory lap just yet. You can't let the game get away from you. The Momono Enjoyers have not found a real offensive push in 2 points.
No, and up and down and equal equations. Both they're trying to say, oh, it's hero time. Let's go.
They're really getting it done. Oh, but there's the dash punch we were waiting for. Izu gets it done yet again. The insert drums are good from Equal Equation to slow it down, though, and stall out a little bit of the power play. Izu continuing to walk forwards. Blank strike warring in the midfield. The passing plays now finally coming through, and the layered abilities from Kurikan might mark the end of this game. Blank walking up, sending the core forwards again and again. The Expanse doing so much work, and all it takes is one shot here. One dash punch, one flip. Blank around the world. Izu not ready, but this time it's defense created by Up and Down. The barrier still standing for the Momono Enjoyers as Izu gets a 6 KO streak, and the bounce off the center. Up and Down trying to be the hero yet again. Kurikan to the top corner, and once again the Momono Enjoyers, they don't find the goal just yet. The Fuelheads hold on.
Oh, that was desperate times, desperate straits, but still scary. You can see Kurikan has a flip available. They are not out of the woods yet, and Izu almost on one too. First flip burnt. Second flip nearly went in. Tried to fake him out. Tried to do a little cross up there. Said, which way am I going? But Equal Equations caught it out. And right now, it's still like Fuelheads still have a shot at this.
They do. Blank needs to be so careful. Up and Down has so much agency right now. Blank needs to not flinch a single time. Good defense helped by Kurikan. Izu with the core speed as well. Dangerous spot for all teams here. But a glitch spot by Zenith will continue the game. What happened, Momono Enjoyers? The game slowed down for them way too much. They didn't get anything going in 2 points, and that gave Fuelheads a way back in.
It's not over just yet, so they gotta keep that. So they gotta keep it going. And honestly, solid draft, I would say, solid enough draft for all of them. 1-2 punch that was just straight up a deny. I was gonna say like go for missile prop otherwise, but no. 1-2 punch on that Juliet, no.
But looking at the draft, I don't think it's that good for the Fuelheads. Like, it's fine. But look at the draft on the side of the Momono Enjoyers.
Oh,
look at the damage on the Momono Enjoyers. Look at the cooldowns. It is looking nuclear.
Oh no, you're right. You're right, because like Estelle with that heavy impact, who's already been making some great snipes, some great shots. Perfect form on Juliet is just horrible. And Missile Prop Atlas, which is, I still think is underrated, but is honestly very good.
Yeah, it's underrated to the point where it's overrated at this point. Like, it's so like easy to talk about that it's not even like top 1, but it feels top 1 sometimes. Izu, though, taking a lot of damage here. And the Expanse is good, but Up and Down gets the KO regardless. That's a prize fighter denied completely here.
Yeah, that's a reset. And, ooh. Kurikan said, let me pay you back for that, home.
Yeah, they're still also a killing machine at this point. Izu keeping the core contained. That's a quick barrier take off the respawn. That's a quick goal off the respawn. And the Momono Enjoyers, they don't need the KOs. They're nice, though.
Yeah, they still nice. Like you said, like, Izu, no prize fighter sex, no, but Estelle says, yo, I'm still a sniper. I'm still a sniper.
And the Awakenings are looking quite ridiculous here, I think. Oh, but we saw a bit of a misposition there as well. Izu with the dribbles now, trying to change the fate here, trying to turn this point around, but now it's actually the Fuelheads who are in control, fighting the strike from the midfield line, and the game's evened up in this set at least.
Yeah, it's like you were wondering it earlier, and now I gotta say it. I feel like what happened, Momono Enjoyers let off the gas. They kind of They thought it was wraps. They thought it was done, and it wasn't.
But that was a raw Estelle primary. That was nothing else. That was just Kurikan sniping Zenith from a million miles away. And that KO comes through. The power play comes through. And the Momono Enjoyers, when there's a power play to take the barriers, they're looking for the goal now. But again, they got to score the goal. They can't let up on the gas. Azuna in position. Flipped away by Equal Equations. Good angle, and 2 barriers taken by Up and Down. Perfectly angled off of the edge. And now Kurikan and Azuna, they cannot let up. And they do not let up with that dash punch.
No, very, very, very nice timing. And in such a stressful situation, because Izu was getting like bombarded, like almost on all sides. So good on them for having like the patience to recognize, okay, that's my spot.
Yeah, but now Blink needs to be careful here because the barriers are not looking long for this world. Kurikan is looking incredibly low here. Good elusive to avoid the brunt of the damage. But the Firewall Sentry is also going to do a lot of work. Kurikan almost taken away. The Atlas heal should be coming in pretty soon, it feels like, but still too far away. Good Blink to not let Up and Down get the KO, and Kurikan still stands.
It's incredible. Just barely managed to survive. Still a threat. Trying to wait for like an open point to try and get the heal. Got the heal. Didn't matter.
Well played by Equal Equations, and Zenith getting the goalie now. Izuna, Brawler in front of the barrier, trying to find the saves here, and will hold on long enough for Kurikan to come back, but it's Up and Down who finds the weak point. Kurikan will make the save in the end, and Blink comes back for a perfect strike.
Blink, it literally, like, got in and said, nope, striking immediately.
Oh,
That's beautiful! Got the barrier, realized I'm right in front of the net, it's about to come right back to me. Flip and shoved it in while the goal was still opening to secure it. Did not waste any time. Like we said, finished that plate immediately and takes it for the Momono Enjoyers. 2 out.
well played by the Momono Enjoyers. The game almost got away from them here. The Fuelheads put up quite a fight, but the Momono Enjoyers showed their individual prowess here, and it closed it out. Just individually well played, really, and we saw some of that follow-up pressure. We saw how they could play off of the KOs.
Yeah, it started to snowball a little bit, and I said it earlier, but I really do believe it. I feel like Momono Enjoyers kind of like let off the gas for a little bit, and that allowed Fuelheads to kind of like shake back for a little bit, but that also woke Momono Enjoyers up, and they were able to put it away. I mean, just great KOs, honestly, great saves on their part as well too. Did some very nice defense on the part of Blank. It was just it all came together.
Yeah, and shout out to Fuelheads too. Making 3rd place is still quite impressive. They took down FP Obsidian, who also looked pretty good. That match was very close. And the world is wide. ISS is just the 2nd step in competitive Omega Strikers, so I'm going to be looking forward to seeing some members of the Fuelhead, some members of all of these teams in the Launchpad qualifiers to see if they can take a step into Tier 1, Tier 2, or Tier 3 of competitive Omega Strikers. We need more collegiate players playing in these. Like, you got to lock in.
Yeah, for sure. And yeah, just very good luck to all of them in the future. It's still a long road, but it's going to be a fun one.
Yeah, but one last showdown remains. Moon Warlords versus Momono Enjoyers to decide who is the champion of Season 2 of the Intermediate Strikers series. We'll be right back, and don't go anywhere. Hello everyone, we're finally here with the grand finals of ISS Season 2. I'm here with P-Flare and we have the Momono Enjoyers and the Moon Warlords.
This one, very exciting. We've been seeing the Momono Enjoyers take some close, sometimes even scary games, but also Moon Warlords, just scary.
Yeah, it is going to be quite interesting to see. Atlas Lab, Oni Village, and Clarion Test Chamber daring today, aren't we? It's literally the same maps we've been seeing all across the day. For good reason, pretty standard maps here. Oni Village being favored, though, is quite interesting. But taking a look at the character draft, Adrenaline Rush Extra Special, what do you think?
I expect a lot of I expect a lot of ad rush on Momono Enjoyer's side, just because what we've been seeing out of them and what's been working. I feel like ad rush kind of helps their aggressive game plan a little bit more. I am not 100% certain what we'll be seeing out of Moon Warlords. I feel like probably like a mix.
Yeah, we will have to see how it goes in this game. Moon Warlords have been looking dominant throughout the group stage and throughout bracket so far. They took a 2-0 over Momono Enjoyers earlier. We'll see if they can replicate that performance yet again. Momono Enjoyers actually beat Moon Warlords in the group stage, so they could do it.
Yeah, it's not going to be like, it's not necessarily going to be a run back of anything. It's not going to be like a repeat, I should say. But both sides want to prove, like, you know, like they're the ones, you know what I mean?
Yep.
They're going to be, I think they're going to be scrapping on this one, especially looking at what each side is bringing to the table. We got i.e. Atlas on one side, and we got the Estelle as always on Kurikan, Blank on Asher, and Izu picked up that Zen again. So, I was wrong. A lot of extra special. We're gonna be slinging them out today.
Yeah, Drone Rush is just pretty inconsistent, so I think that's why they opted for the extra special instead. Brickbat, of course, on the Ivy is going to make good use of the extra special for the Firewall Sentry. Izu as well, if you manage to get Perfect Form and /or Heavy Impact, the special becomes a big source of cooldown reduction.
You know what? That makes a ton of sense. So let's see how that works out for both sides. That is not a great start for the Momono, but we'll see.
Yep, well, so far, the Moon Warlords playing as expected, right? They're all about that coordination. They're all about finding those passing plays. A passing play up to Nikki Middle and around Blank will score the first goal of this series.
And yeah, Blank just a little bit too out of position to kind of reach that one. Just kind of has to walk it back and watch it in. But let's try and not have that again happen, shall we? I weirded up that sentence. Whatever.
Yeah, we'll see what happens here. Kurikan and Izu trying to play along the bottom side corner, but Weston defending quite well. But that's a double barrier in the favor of the Momono Enjoyers.
Yeah, they're trying to say I can do it too, and they do. Kurikan makes sure that the clear doesn't happen. Very nice knife says, okay, you want fast goals? We can do fast goals.
Yep. Well, we'll have to see if they can replicate that performance here. Momono Enjoyers, they're always explosive when they're finding those goals, but the consistency of the Moon Warlords is unlike any other team in ISS.
Yeah, I have to agree with that. Like, it's pretty much exactly as you said. Like, with that explosivity, Momono Enjoyers can take you by surprise, can take advantage of like very wild situations if the opportunity comes to them. But Moon Warlords, they just know what they're doing. Case in point, right there. They know their plans, they know their strengths, and they are just ready to execute at any given time.
But the barriers are taken by Izu, maybe a chance, but Brickbat has the flip, so it's going to be very, very dangerous for Momono Enjoyers if they overextend even a tiny bit. That flip is ready to score, and that's another KO found onto the Brawler. Izuna goes down, and Blank in a lot of trouble in top corner. Kurikan almost dead as well. The damage output is huge from the Moon Warlords.
Yeah, very scary. Nikki is low, though, so had to be revived. Very nice shot, and it's very scary on both sides. Both of them kind of like showing their strengths at being able to take advantage of like sudden sudden moments, and it's just this is going to be like a very strong back and forth. I feel it's going to be down to who makes the most mistakes.
Yeah, and I think the team that's more consistent has an advantage in that case. The Moon Warlord scoring another goal, but finding stability in a little bit of that chaos that the Mono Enjoyers are trying to create. Izu finds a dribble first, trying to find a passing play with Gurikin, and does succeed. The 1-2 onto the bottom barrier, now pushing forward onto the top barrier. The Mono Enjoyers looking solid, but Nikki puts a stop to that.
Yeah, just very nice timing, and you see Brickbat coming in kind of like with the extra addition that has to force Izu to back off, and they get the goal. They got a shot now, and very scary duo up front.
Yeah, and flip available for Brickbat. Nikki Middleton also working on one. This goal looking inevitable to set, looking like a done deal perhaps if they can close this one out. The Firewall Sentry available, sending the core forwards of 2 flips on Weston and Nikki, making it very difficult to deal with as Nikki bounces it off the center. That's the health bars going down. Izu almost going down, but if they can KO Nikki here, that's a huge momentum swing.
Yeah, Nikki's been like very low health, but here's the thing, it's X. Like I'm always saying, like health is a resource, but for X that is doubly so. X needs to like just stay in your grill up until like the very last second, as far as I've seen, and that's what happens when he does.
A very, very good bounce from Nikki to Brickbat, who capitalized with the glitch pop. That's a quick set win, and that is the Moon Warlords once again in the lead. This draft's also looking quite scary. Plenty of good picks available. The size is standard, of course, but Stagger also could be opted for. Spark scaling also an option for so many people in this draft, and Reverberation gonna be what ends up on the X here. Gonna let Nikki get into the mix a lot more and have those cooldowns to back it up. But the Spark of Strength is a decent enough pickup, but it's probably going to be left behind here as Built Different and Prime Time cap it off.
Yeah, I can see that. The only person I would have seen probably really wanting that Spark of Strength or being really risky is, I would have said either Nikki or quite possibly like Izu for whatever reason, if they really wanted to like bet it all on, you know, like a Spark build. But Super Surge, just very consistent. Reverberation, just very good to like get more of that health and allow him to just get stuck in so much longer, so much bigger of a threat. So definitely it all makes sense for right now. And right now it is the Warlords that are just looking very dangerous, even with Nikki so low.
Blank not able to get there in time. That's another clean goal for the Moon Warlords. The consistency is just so there for this team. Nikki's just getting in there and making it so easy for Brickbat and Weston to play. Just buying a ton of space.
Yeah, like Executive going up, showing up and saying, I'm X, you have to do something about me, and then like Brickbat, Weston can kind of just maneuver the core in, can just kind of like saddle it in. Although that will help taking out one of their position scorers. So hey, see if they can capitalize on this one.
Oh no, Brickbat taking off the edge at the wrong time. But Nikki Middleton will keep it forward. Weston will keep the barrier locked down, and the offense continues for the Moon Warlords. Although that is a barrier take for Kurikin, trying to find a passing play towards Azuna. Not able to do so far. But with the passing play up to Kurikin once more, trying to find the goal, but not quite enough.
Yeah, a bit of a, I don't want to say it was kind of like a panic snipe shot, but it felt like that was a little bit early for Kurikin. But they do still have relative control of the situation, it feels like, so not out of it just yet, even though Izu was looking very low, a bit scary.
Blink goes for an insta-flip, but it's unsuccessful. Deflected away by Weston, who is in position to get it done once again. And Kurikin now to Azuna, but Weston is finding these saves over and over. A good shot by Nikki, but not quite enough to get into the goal. But Brickbat keeps the possession forward. Good clears by Blank away from Nikki, who is looking massive here. And a passing play up to Brickbat, but Kurikin gets there first. Weston needs to be a bit careful, but the core speed is just enough. The Asher a little bit too immobile. And that's the second goal in a row that kind of awkwardly goes in.
Yeah, like that Asher just isn't. That Asher ain't it right now. Like she needs to be able to pick up the pace somehow. It needs to get some sort of speed going this next draft, if at all possible, because that's too many shots that have gotten past or just like near past. Blink been trying and it's clear that Blink sees what's about to happen, just can't react in time. Character can't move fast enough in time.
Yeah, and Asher goalie is quite good against a lot of the mid-level teams because it is very anti-stuff. It's very good at preventing pushing in the corner, but the issue is Nikki and Brickbat are good enough that they're working around the Asher quite a bit, and Blank is forced into uncomfortable situations.
Yeah, like they're passing around the Asher, and if Asher can only move as kind of like a gentle trot, then you've only got basically like 2 shots. You've got the 1 dash and basically once that's done, they just have it's free eats almost.
Well played by the Moon Warlords once again as they march on in their winner side grand finals position. Brickbat, the one who can pick up a Timeless Creator as a reward here, and extra special as a starting awakening. Extra special Timeless on the Fireball Sentry is going to be quite dominant.
Yeah, that's good. That's a scary IME. Asher going for a perfect form, trying to get something going for like some kind of defensive measures going, and that's kind of like really what they need at the moment, I feel, or some kind of way to get around this X, get past this X, please.
Not going to be easy, though, with that big fish pickup. Even more stagger in size onto Nikki Minolin. And, of course, the Monumentalist on Weston. Going to be able to do what the Asher can't, right? Reach a lot of those outwards angles.
Yeah, it's just going to be, like, very rough. And, honestly, it's kind of come down to, like, Izzy and Kirikin to just kind of, like, make some very good angles happen and kind of force the opposition on like hard defense, which, like you said, because of that Atlas is very much easier said than done.
Definitely not easy as Izu gets in position but gets the wrong side of the Oni's blade on the core. Still pushing forward, still flip available. The Expanse, though, will take out the Zentaro. And, well, we've seen that enough times by now. It used to be goofy, but now it's just unfortunate.
Yeah, now it's just sad. And it's like, golly, what do you do about this? That's a big old let.
Nikki Minolin playing fantastically so far, buying so much space, both for themselves and for the entire team. The map is wide open. Brickbat's in position, primary forced out of Blank in an awkward spot, and Nikki Minolin flips first, gets the goal, and 2 goals away from a 1-0 game lead.
This is looking like a rough one. Brickbat has been doing very good with the positioning and being able to kind of like set a lot of this offense up, really. So just firing on all cylinders as usual is Moon Warlords. Case in point, another one goes down, and this train keeps rolling.
Yep, up to Brickbat it goes. Brickbat now finding the dribbles around the Cyber Swipe to try and close it out. A good clear by Blank to keep it going for a little while longer, and Weston keeps the core contained. Nikki with the dribbles, Brickbat backing it up once again. Pass up to the top side, perhaps the Firewall Sentry on the bottom, and Blank and Kirikin, they just have no room to play.
I don't know, they kind of like had to stop and try and like, they kind of had to try and figure something out in real time, and there you go again. Just a very good pass, very good shot, and Blank just can't reach it in time.
Yeah, this Asher goalie, it's very good against the stuff, but the Moon Warlords, they know that. They're not really stuffing too much at all. They're just playing for these uncomfortable angles, really good passing plays, the coordination coming through, and this layered offense. The KO found. Brickbat going for a fancy play with the glitch pop, looking like a Norm's demon right now. And, well, Izu's left all alone, and Brickbat and Nikki are advancing forward once again. A good defense by Blank, but that's 2 cooldowns burned.
Yeah, that's very nice. Almost got that second barrier. I mean, they are fighting. Okay, that happened.
Yep, but a flip available. Nikki takes a departure from the flip to find it, and Weston looking for the goal here, the passing play, and that will be a very dominant first game for the Moon Warlords.
That was a rough ending. But sometimes you got to accept that that's how it felt. Sometimes you got to accept that that's how it's going. So.
Yep. And with that, unfortunately, it looks like the Momono enjoyers will have to forfeit because Azuna's internet has become too much of a problem. So
That's how it ends.
That's how it ends.
That's how it ends.
On the bright side, it does mean that we end early so that I don't feel incredibly tired, so we can do a winner's interview.
There is that.
Yep. Well, let's head down to their VC. Hopefully, they're not saying any bad things. Hello.
Hi.
I'm gonna move people in here. Where is it?
Yeah, good game, guys. Unfortunately, Zena does have to go, and it really sucks.
Yeah, that's disappointing. It is what it is.
Sorry to hear that. I didn't. Like the thing is, I put in one sub, and I was like, oh, I don't want to play with them. So I was like, if it's Izuna and Izuna's not playing, then I just.
Yo, Kurikan, you're on stream. Get out of here.
MB, goodbye.
Bye.
All right.
Should the rest of the warlords?
Wait. Yes.
Yeah, can we get the
They
rest
can
of
all
our
join.
team?
They can all join.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hold on. Yep. Join RVC. Oh wait, I'm narrating my typing on stream. This is as
I've assembled.
I'm so old, bro.
All right. Well, you have conquered the Intermediate Striker Series. How do you feel?
I'm feeling pretty good. I mean, it felt good to win. I knew I was graduating, and since I'm an admin, this is the end of the line for me competitively. It felt good to go on a good note. Obviously, shout out to fucking everyone on my team. We had a fucking killer roster. Shout out to Victory Bacon, who couldn't make it today, but did a fuck ton of work in getting us here in the first place. So overall, like, it's a good last stop for old Brickbat. You know what I mean?
I know what you mean.
Yeah.
I'm so sad. Goodbye.
Yeah, it's a bit unfortunate how it wrapped up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Well, big roster. What was the decision making putting 3 players in?
Honestly, there wasn't a lot of decision making. We would go before a game and I go, who wants to play this one? And then we just like decide. The roster is really big because I just like a lot of people like Flambeau has like availability issues at like the beginning of ISS.
Yeah.
Everyone's just like, and then like me, Akka, and Brickbat were already on this team. Victory Bacon planned to play with us, so.
I got added the day of the first week, and
That's
then
the
Victory
back
Bacon
day.
couldn't make it. So before it would be like we'd see who would goalie, but today Victory Bacon couldn't make it, so it was easy for me as far as figuring out the roster. But it was very fun playing with all my friends, and shout out to my teammates.
Right. Well, Limby, formerly Acacia. I guess how is it like playing with this roster?
It was a lot of fun, just playing with my friends, laughing in BC.
Right.
Yeah. It was a lot of fun. A lot of clips.
Oh yeah, a lot of clips. Some great ones at that.
Some classics were built.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun playing with this team. Overall, I feel like a lot of us like vibed a ton. Me, Nikki, and Acacia or Limby, we had like experience before playing in Seraphim Specialized, and then additionally, Flambeau, Nikki, and Weston they're handless dogs, like the team, like not people, but like the team. So, so like coming into it, even though we have like a roster, like we were kind of expecting like some synergy issues, but it kind of meshes. It meshed enough that I felt like going in, especially when I got like our Tycho, like our map pick and stuff like that, I feel like we felt pretty confident going into that, and we just pick a midfielder based off of whatever map it is. So like if it's fucking like Oni, we just send in our rune main and just call it a day, prize in the bag, 9 to 5 and all that. So it ended up our roster ended up being like pretty flexible. Like if there'd even be games where I'd play brawler, like there was I think a game last week where I played like actor, and like that worked. So we could kind of play like a little bit of a trapeze act with the position, so everything kind of like worked pretty great.
I've got a bit of a question, one for Nikki.
Oh yeah.
What would you say, like, how did your playstyle like evolve? Do you feel over time? How do you feel like you've been just kind of like improving, or is there anything that you are looking to work on going up, graduating?
I actually started out as a midfielder, which is why my brawler playstyle can be like kind of passive. I spent a lot of time on like the speed brawlers like Kazan and Zen, but I found that I actually like playing X a lot too. I started improving a lot at brawler in like the past 2 like NASA Nasty seasons. I kind of look forward to the launchpad to see how far my team and I can go.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, expanding on that, what are all of yours qualifier plans? Because the LAN is coming up, and then it's qualifier season. The off season was not real. Like this off season did not exist. But yeah, what's your plans heading into launchpads and liftoffs? We can start top down. Let's go with
Yeah,
oh,
I'm
never
gonna,
mind.
I'm gonna kick up. I'm gonna kick up and relax and watch some games. Oh yeah.
I'm gonna be at the LAN playing with Fireman and Vortal, so I'm really excited for that first and foremost, just to see everyone. But then I will be playing with Mr. Flambeau and Nikki. We had a lot of fun playing, like really our first. We played a few weeklies together, but then we played in Sheb, and I think did well and surprised ourselves even. So I'm really excited for where we can go forward.
Wait, you're playing with Vortal at the LAN?
Vortal and Fireman.
Vortal, like the guy that got second place at the Bite Breakers tournament?
That's him. That's
Holy,
him.
What? That's crazy.
Yeah.
Right. Well, Limb. Wait, is it Limb or Limby?
Limb.
Okay. Oh, I got it wrong. My bad.
All good. I'll be joining Mr. Brickbat on the retiree bench. But you know, I'll be cheering these guys on.
Don't worry, I'll get him to be a sub for the handless dogs. It'll happen.
I'll be forced to play.
Oh, Mr. Flambeau.
Yeah, I mean, gonna be kicking it back with the handless dogs. We're gonna be going for the moon, baby. Going for the moon.
Right. Well, Nikki, I feel like a lot of it's been gone over already, but what are your plans?
Well, said 2 times already. That's all.
Yeah.
Yo, wait, before we go, hold on. You guys gotta this emote, you could put it in Twitch chat. This is where we got our name from. It's Moon Scene or Rice Scene. It's a Rice Scene, and we were like, what is the most man in lotus position, lotus flower Shinto shrine emote we could find? We found that one. We're like, wow, this is the greatest fucking image ever. And now you can just put it in. Whenever you feel like it's too intense, you need to take a breather. You feel like you're disconnected from what brought you here, your roots. You think of a calm moon next to some rice weeds, and you're back.
Right.
That's where we got our name from.
And before we end, Flambeau, I think you have a request for P-Flare.
I need to hear it again, P-Flare. You said it once, you've said it again. I'm gonna need to hear what the moon does. What does the moon do?
The moon haunts you.
Oh yeah.
And with that, thank you for playing in and watching another season of the Intermediate Strikers series. Jury's out on whether this series will continue for another season. We'll have to see. But it was a great season. Congratulations to the Moon Warlords, and see you on Saturday for Draft Diff, where some of these players may or may not be qualifying for the draft. So, good night and sleep well, everyone.
Leave that there, shit.
Oh, good night, gamers.
Good night, gamers.
Yeah.